Okay, I just need the toilet, and then we'll start.
Fuck!
Okay, so welcome, whoever's watching. No, I shouldn't have been. I'm eating a chewy sweet.
So unprofessional.
Such a terrible idea. 1 minute, let me eat it. One. Oh,
This is an excellent start.
I mean, the production value is still higher than Twice Bitten, so... Oh, shots fired! Shots fired! Knowing full well that some of them might watch this. Hi, guys. Okay, so this this campaign is going to be somewhat Icewind Dale. It's Rime of the Frostmaiden, with elements of it anyway, but not following the story arcs necessarily that are laid out in the adventure. So if you have read the adventure, whether players or viewers, that shouldn't matter too much because there will be plenty of new stuff. We are doing our session 0 prior to heading to Icewind Dale, and we'll do some intros in a moment. But this first few sessions, I think, is going to be focusing on us learning our characters, learning Foundry from both ends, apart from Harrison, who is
tired of explaining it to people.
So professional. Check out his other videos if you want to learn how to use Foundry.
I mean, if they're watching this, they're already on my channel. That's
why I said check out the other videos. See, they might have found this through me, through my through my social media. Yeah. Like I'm going to promote this. So yeah, so this is going to be pretty much an Icewind Dale campaign. I have no plans to how high a level it's going to go. I think it'll go until the story is complete. So, I am Alex, I am the DM. I play all the other characters, but there are 4 characters that I do not play. So we'll go in order of the Discord. Eileen, would you like to tell us about Eileen?
Oh, sorry, now I'm recording.
Beautiful. The curses of the beast starting your name with an E. Hello, I'm Juan, and I'm playing Eileen. Eileen is a particularly grumpy old lady who, as far as the people around her know, used to be a doctor. Now she's just trying to make her way back home. But somewhere around the trail, she found herself, well, sticking closer to a rather young Triton that's trying to find his place in the world, as well as somebody else along the way. Yeah, I'm just here to have a good time.
And what race and class are you playing, if you wish to tell us? Unless it's a secret behind the mask.
I'd wish. Well, judging by her stance and, well, everything else, she is human. And as far as people know, she's currently a cleric.
We'll share the artwork, Eileen, somehow.
If you go to the Players tab, right-click on her player, you can go Show Artwork. Sorry, View Artwork, and then well, no, don't A yet, because in that window at the top, you need to click Show Image.
And window, Show Players, yeah?
Yep.
Hey, has that popped up for everybody?
Yes, it has.
A really good lady. Yes, indeed.
So that is Eileen, I believe, in her city/formal wear.
Yep, pretty much.
So we will show other artwork of.
Can I do mine last, because I am sharing everybody's art on Twitter. In my little live tweet about how our session's going.
Sure.
Having a live tweet. I need to go there.
Only because no, you don't. You need to focus on the session. Good God, Juan. How terribly unprofessional of you. Did you say Eileen is a human as far as we know, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Has she removed her mask in front of... So I'm going to establish it in the opening crawl momentarily, but you guys have been together for about 6 weeks, I think. traveling together daily. I think that's how it's going to work. I think it makes more sense. So in that time, does one remove her mask?
No, Eileen does not remove her mask.
Sorry, Eileen does not. Fair
She's a
enough.
Mandalorian.
Instead of like the 3 kobolds in a trench coat, she's actually half a Goliath in a gas mask.
She's just a Mandalorian. Mandalorian can't remove a mask.
Those are clearly two Kenkus.
It is the
Okay, so next up we have. I'm gonna go Turrielos. I'll go with.
Okay. Well, Turrielos is the young Triton found by Eileen and saved by her doctor skills, let's say, or clerical. I'm not particularly sure about that. And Turrielos is a Triton and a sorcerer. And he is tall, fit, of slender frame. He has white hair with soft bluish tinge closer to the head, a pale turquoise skin with a wet sheen to it, and vestigial fins grow on his arms and legs. And there's also one more pronounced running along his spine. He does have a visible scar that goes through his body, like on the front and on the back. And since he usually walks shirtless, it is quite visible, and a very good icebreaker is to talk about it.
I mean, I know when I meet a stranger for the first time with a big scar, I point it out, and that's the first thing I like to talk about.
Oh yes, especially if he's of the race you have never seen before, possibly.
Exactly.
Or is very rare and particularly mysterious to the land dwellers, as Tritons probably are. And he travels with Eileen currently. He has adapted to her, so that's one of the reasons. Another is that they simply began to like each other. At least I think so. He thinks so. After some time spent with her, they know each other about a year or two more than the others, and the other two. And he also wants to try and find his uncle, who is lost, possibly somewhere on the Sword Coast. And that's, I think, most of what is known.
Okay. That is Turrielos, which I find quite a mouthful to pronounce. I won't lie. Every time I read
Say the surname.
Nilla. There you go.
No.
No. Okay.
Nilla
Yeah, it's still not. It'll take me a while. We'll get it. We'll get there. Okay. Next up, we have with unofficial artwork, because at some point I believe the person playing Seeker is going to draw their own artwork. However, this is what they have for the moment. So, would you like to tell us about Seeker?
So, my name is Seeker. My friends call me Sisi. I am a scholar by training, but adventurer by choice. I was a bit tired of being between 4 walls in the Citadel, just looking at books and, old people. And I preferred, more lively places like taverns. I dream of one day opening my own tavern, maybe. Or maybe I already have one, who knows? Time is it's not something linear. It's like shifting and circular and whatever. I like to look for shiny things. I like animals. I don't like green. Like anything green, I don't eat it. That's just evil, something evil about green that I don't like. I'm very optimistic. I like to make friends. I'd rather not fight, but, try to diffuse situations, with talking or, money or whatever. But if I have to fight, I'm quite good with the sword. And I've been traveling with Harrison for a while. I mean, Brice, sorry. Yeah, I think it's Brice. For a while. He was like one of the first person I met when I came to this this realm. I was investigating something that I really want to find. And we were I considers working on the same murder of one of the people I had to meet. And we've been together since. That's it.
Super. Do you want to tell us what what race and class you are?
Oh yeah, I'm a tiefling. Have pale red skin, blue eyes, horns. I'm quite tall for a woman. And my class is what appears to be a bard.
What appears to be a bard.
I know a gnome when I see one.
Harrison, now that it is your turn, that means we can hear you talking without the clickety-clacky of your keyboard over everybody else talking. So that's good.
They should have all talked louder, shouldn't they?
So, Harrison, would you like to tell us a little bit about your character whilst I get the artwork, and then I right-click it, and then I view character artwork, and then I show to players?
Sure, so... No. I am Sogris Auvent, a knight-errant of Afkatla's most noble order of Radiant Heart. I am human in my young to mid-20s, shoulder-length silver hair, pale blue eyes. I have been travelling with Seeker for several months as I travel Faerun representing my order and trying to do good deeds wherever possible. I do enjoy fine food, cook whenever I get the chance. I enjoy the scholarly pursuits, though perhaps not so much the musical ones. And I am a martial man, not a paladin as many seem to assume based on my standing within the order, but in fact I use other powers. I follow the path known as a Psi Warrior.
Psi Warrior. Well, that sounds exciting and
No,
very
it means
new.
my skills will make you sigh with disdain.
Fantastic. So that is our group. So we have, yeah, okay. I think you've got your work cut out for you, Harrison, trying to keep all these squishies alive. But we shall see. So,
I'm not pushing.
Sigh. The Sigh Warrior. I have to keep them alive again. Okay, so the group do have a number of magic items that I have forgot to implement into Foundry. If at a dull point you feel like you want to go and find them, then I would recommend, if you haven't already. Hush. And so, we're going to do a little bit of linking the backstories and bring us up to present day. So, it would seem that you are a group of two groups, almost, two traveling groups. We have Eileen and Turios, who have been together for a long time, over a year, and we have Seeker and Gris, who have been together for a few months. But as far as this quartet go, this story begins with Seeker. Seeker is, as her name suggests, a treasure hunter, and what brings her to the Sword Coast is talk of some greater artifact in the north that lies beyond the spine of the world, the freezing tundras of Icewind Dale. Harrison, turn your mic off or turn it down. Thank you. Where was I? The freezing tundras of Icewind Dale. Whispers and rumours were all she had to go on, but she heard enough from those who would frequent her tavern that she put truth to them. One whisper circled back to her, and the talk of a place, Netheril, an ancient empire of magic in the northlands of Faerun. It is an empire that has long collapsed over 1,000 years ago. With much passing of coin and clandestine messages later, Seeker was put in touch with a contact named Embris, who had information he was willing to share or sell regarding what was happening in the freezing north. The meeting with Emrys was set to take place in Dogsmead Tavern in the city of Neverwinter along the Sword Coast. Arriving at the tavern at the scheduled time, she was accompanied with a new travel companion who had been with her for a number of months, in the form of an order knight named Sir Gris. The scheduled time of the meeting came and went, and Emrys had not shown. Taking the chance that Emrys had used his real name at all around these parts, the two inquired with the tavern keep of the Dogsmead, who informed them that Emrys had actually been staying there as a guest in his very own tavern. Seeking Emrys out in his room, it was here that Seeker and Gris discovered the man's body. His clothing thick with blood. At first it looked like a terrible bludgeoning, but after much inspection it was revealed that poison was the man's end. A most rare and terrible poison known as Blightshade, that when ingested in small amount would putrefy the victim's insides, and they would bleed out through every orifice. That was all that was left of Emrys. What information he had in his possession was lost. For a time, Seeker and Sir Gris tried to aid the city guard in this murder, and also to try to find out what Emrys, who Emrys was, or where he had come from. But their search turned up nothing. During their search, the two stayed in the Dogsmead Tavern, and it was here that they met upon Eileen and Turios, who had been searching together for Turios' uncle much longer prior. Their own search long given up on, the two now roamed as travelling companions, with no purpose of their own, and finding easy company at the Dogsmead in Seeker and Gris. Over nights of easy conversation, drinks, and games of three-dragon ante, the four decided to continue their travels together for a while. And so their travels took them up and down the Sword Coast, as far as Mirabar and back. For 6 weeks they have now travelled together, Seeker probing and questioning for anyone who might know the man Emrys and what was happening in the north. It was during their passing back through Luskan, where our tale will soon begin, that they were contacted quite out of the blue by a young man named Sribets Perfu. He had caught wind of their questioning and informed them that there was a group putting together an expedition to head into the north, that the group had come across something valuable, of Netherese in origin, valuable and useful enough that it had prompted the decision for this group to start forming the expedition up to Icewind Dale. A meeting has been arranged by Sribets to bring the four of you into this expedition. And so we begin. It is a night like any other in the city of Sail, Luskan, one of the last known civilizations in the north before heading past the spine of the world. And the four of you in the company of Sribets, who, the first time, looks like this.
You say, please spell his name, because I keep hearing Sir Ribbits and think he's like a Bollywood.
I'm not the only one.
Sir Ribbits. That is it. Okay, so it is S-R-I Sribbits. And it is Perfu. Sribbits Perfu.
Oh, okay. And can I ask for the name of the city in the north? You said Nether something?
So Netheril. Netheril
Thank you.
is an ancient empire that long ruled over much of the Sword Coast. They had massive floating cities, Netheril, and then bad things happened. And it was essentially not only the collapse of the empire, but quite literally the collapse of their floating cities. They kind of crash landed all down into the land below. It's pretty common knowledge, maybe not to the common folk, but it's not like hidden knowledge to the people of Faerun. For Seeker, I guess that is this is something that was generally new to her, new information. So Netheril is the place. Netherese is all things from Netheril. And Sribbits is informing you that this group is forming an expedition. They have come in possession of an item that, for some reason, has spurred on this expedition. And this is Shribbits. He's a young man, probably late 20s, human, has a good manner about him. You know, he's quite easy to talk to after a while, a little awkward upon first meetings, and seems quite well informed. And currently, the five of you are walking through the night streets of Luskan. It's getting pretty dark. Lamps all down the main thoroughfare are already lit, and up ahead the clouds are stirring. It feels like rain could possibly be upon you this evening. So, if there's anything you wish to have done prior to this moment, then let me know. If there's anything you would have liked to try and find out, anything you would have asked, then we can do that, and then we can continue on from this point.
Give me option that I'd like to have leveled up 3 or 4 times.
Sure.
Cool.
It seems as though you are now level 3. We'll say that you leveled up instantly from level 0 to level 3, so good job.
Yes.
Anything anybody wants to do, have done in preparation? Any questions you have that you might have asked him prior to this point?
What does he know about the people in the expedition? What are their purpose? Who are they?
Okay, so he informs you that they are old contacts, not particularly close contacts, but he has worked with them, and it has kind of come to him through other friends. It's very friend of a friend, all this kind of this meeting, and they are a group of adventurers like yourselves, and they seem to be well funded. He doesn't know who by, but enough that he feels like this expedition is definitely going to go through. He's very keen for this meeting, and very keen to bring you, particularly Seeker, to see what information you might be able to aid with. Obviously, through your own pursuits over the last few weeks and months, he's interested to see your thoughts on it during the meeting. Can everybody roll me an insight check, please? Let's start some rolls. Do you know how to do that, Seeker?
I'm looking. I'm looking.
Okay, it's fine. You'll get used to it. So it is on your main sheet, attributes. You have all your skills on the left. Halfway down, you have insight. There you go.
Right, and then I just normal.
Left click it. Boom. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. I will say that Torios, potentially down to you not being overly familiar or overly used to being amongst the land dwellers and their ways. I guess kind of a lot of the way they carry themselves is quite peculiar at times. But Sir Gris, who is ever the stalwart and quiet person, kind of like happy to stand at the back and watch, similar to Eileen, you have felt that during the brief meetings and conversations that you've had with Shribbits, there is something that he's keeping to himself. There's something he's keeping quite guarded. At times he becomes a bit evasive with some of the questions that have been asked, which he, quite easily passes off as him simply not having the answer. Seeker, you felt that Sribbits has tried to get closer to you than he has the rest of the group. A lot of times when he's asking questions, it's about your travels, about what you found out, what you already knew about Netheril, and this search for whatever this artifact or this thing in the north is. He seems overly keen, almost to the point where it is he's a little too inquisitive.
Okay.
But, and so the five of you are walking nighttime, and Sribbits is leading the way. He knows the way where you're going. You're being taken to a tavern called the Broken Yardarm. Typically nautically themed, as is the way of Luskan. Luskan is very much a pirate meets a mercantile city, and the people that are in charge are the high captains. It is almost a council of what was originally 5 pirate lords, but now they're more like 5 different factions, and each faction is called a ship. So these are things that, being in Luskan for the week or so that you've been here, the kind of thing that you would realize. Like even the decor as you're walking down the streets, everything just has this look of being on a ship. There's kind of like masts coming off buildings, and just where banners are, they seem to like hang like sails, and there's very much this nautical feel about the streets and environment. Sribbits is a man walking with purpose, and is looking around, and turns back to him and says, "Well, I'm really excited about the meeting. I think it's going to be very good."
I'm mighty happy for you.
You will. We should be happy for each other. It's a great opportunity. You might even be able to go beyond the world, the spine of the world after all, Seeker.
Looking forward to it.
And kind of like just smiling, casual conversation, seems a bit awkward, and then keeps walking. Can you all roll me a perception check as he kind of like starts slowing down and looking around, a little bit of a crossroads, like a little alley. Oh, nice. Okay. As you are all turning into this alley, Eileen, you catch just kind of like watching Sribbits, and he's looking around the streets before he kind of like cuts into this alleyway, and you're just kind of like watching where he's watching, and across the way, trying to look very inconspicuous, but in doing so, almost too inconspicuous. You just see a hooded figure just hanging around in a doorway across the alleyway, and kind of masked by the night, by the shadow, and it's there's still people passing by. It's middle of the evening, kind of 9 o'clock-ish, but this person just seems to have no business being there. They're not kind of like they're just kind of like looking around, almost too inconspicuous.
Do they seem to be watching us?
With that, I will say they are trying to make it look like they weren't. But I think maybe once you kind of like cast a glance that way, they were just a little bit too quick, kind of like look away. And it could very well be that, just a random motley of 5 people coming this way, but you definitely caught their attention. But it was more that it stood out that they tried to suddenly not look like they were looking at you.
I'm going to stop and start coughing. A moment, lads, a moment.
Is everything all right, Eileen?
My old age is getting to me. I think my lungs going out.
Oh, 2 meters, please. 2 meters.
Well, I do suppose that this is the moment when I will use my telepathic speech feature
Nice.
and try to establish a connection with Eileen.
Connection accepted.
It's just like a beep, beep, beep. Yep.
I don't even think you have to accept it. It does not specify willing character.
Oh, really? Can you just force it onto people and just speak to them telepathically?
I think so.
I mean, I suppose that's the same as message. You can message wherever you want.
Consent.
There's a little checkbox in Island's head that pops up.
Yes.
We did speak about the feature pre-session, so it's all consensual.
Yes, it has always been. But in doing so, I am going to let out. If you're gonna look up more to the west side, you're going to see somebody that's been looking at us. I might be an old woman, but that's starting to feel strange to me.
I will slightly nod and try my best to not look that way for now, and wait and see what's the next move of Eileen going to be.
So much pressure. So much pressure.
Well, as this is happening, Sribbits has not stopped his stride. He's still walking into this. It's not exactly a back alley. It's like back alleyway. So it's not like going into a dead end or anything. It's, it looks like it's leading somewhere. It's like leading into kind of like more like a slummy area of town. Yeah.
Where's the young one taking us? I ask out. And as I'm starting to right myself, I'm trying to get close to our knight in shining armor, and like I'm attempting to hold on to him. I'm trying to nod to him a bit towards the figure.
Do I notice, DM?
Well, if you were walking into the alleyway, and then by the time Eileen's come out, are you going to just turn around?
I've stopped short when she started coughing, so I'm stood with her.
Okay, then I will say, give me I'm going to say a perception check to see, and a stealth check if you want it to be subtle.
I'm not trying to be subtle.
Okay. Now that it's pointed out, you can vaguely make a shape where she's kind of like mentioned. You would have to be kind of like staring to make it out anymore if you're,
Once I have the sort of outline of a shape and no further details, I will kind of turn ever so slightly in that direction and just give it the up nod.
To the darkness?
Yes.
So you are indicating that we see you. So you're just doing a more polite version of putting your fingers to your eyes and then pointing at them.
Indeed.
Okay. That's fine. Sribbits has stopped and kind of like turned around and looked back at you. And is everything okay? Is there a problem?
Just my lungs collapsing on me. Other than that, it's all fine. Carry on yourselves. You were supposed to take us to an inn. Can't leave an old lady in this dreadful weather in the night like this.
Yes, of course. It is just around the way here. We're almost there.
You've been saying that for a while, lad. You sure we're not lost?
No, it's literally right around the corner. We're here now. Come. And it's kind of like going into. There's no streetlights in the back here. No like oil lit lamps, but there's a little bit of a glow from some of the residential buildings. But Sribbits kind of like takes out his hand and pulls a coin out of his pocket and whispers an incantation and casts light on it to help guide your way in the darkness. And the streets here have gone from cobbles straight to kind of like mud-covered cobble. I mean, it used to be, maybe nicer at one point. So there's kind of like the elements of cobble here and there, but it very much turns into mud, dirt, and potholes, which you are guided through with relative ease.
I'm not sure I like this part of town very much.
Indeed.
I agree. I would not recommend coming here alone. It would be...
Unfortunately, it looks like home.
Well, I hope you feel more homesick than you do just generally sick, because that's the effect of most people. But I would be lying if I didn't say that me inviting you here is because I wanted some form of backup. These people, there's an opportunity here, but it can also be quite dangerous. And you kind of like, in the sickly glow of the light spell that he's cast, he kind of like gives a little smile and then turns and carries on walking. And true to his word, literally just around a building, almost kind of doubling back on yourself into this open courtyard. As you're drawing close, you can hear some voices before you see them. Just kind of like low murmurs, just chatter, a little little laugh. Yeah, walking into the courtyard, it is enclosed on all sides. It is one way in, and as you go inside, you see that a table has been laid out in the courtyard with some chairs around it, and these rough looking folk that fit in well in Luskan. You have really kind of three kinds of people. You have the complete poor, you have those that are dressed very fancily with kind of like large hats and feathers and capes and kind of like more high class merchants, and then you have what is essentially pirate folk. Whilst they are often as not on land these days, they still have kind of their pirate ways about them, and these three in front of you are no exception. Burly looking folk, two men and a woman. The woman is a orc or a half orc, quite hard to say. But they kind of like stop whatever they were talking about, and the laughter just kind of like cuts short, and they just give you all an eye. And Sribbits gives a nod, and we're here to see Mother. And just kind of like nods and kind of like gestures upwards, and kind of where the courtyard is, there is a wooden staircase leading up to an upper floor of this building head, and you can hear kind of like chatter and laughter and music coming from inside, and it very much has the vibe of a tavern, and you're at like the back of this building. Anything you wish to do as Sribbits steps towards the staircase?
Stepping in, I will have stowed the lantern I was carrying and place it back on its hook on my belt. I will make sure that Eileen is now walking unaided again after that coughing spree. And I will not draw, but I will just sort of pat down my midriff and move my sort of overcoat away, just to make sure that the hilt of my hammer is easily accessible for me. I think something is quite amiss having been followed in such a way.
Are you revealing your hammer in a kind of gesture of, I am prepared type thing, or is it just more subtle?
Not overtly. I'm just making sure I can draw it if needed.
Okay.
I look around the tavern and see if I see anything interesting that draw my eye.
Okay. Well, you're heading upstairs. Is anybody else doing anything before they head up? So the tavern. So where you're heading up the staircase, it doesn't seem to be part of the tavern. It's almost like the upstairs from the tavern. From what you can see, the tavern is the ground floor, and then there's a little sink down with 2 narrow windows that are like less than a foot high that show that there is also a basement level where part of the tavern is. There's no steps from outside that appear to go down. There's just a door at this ground level, so it would suggest that to get to the basement area, you'd get there from inside the building. But this staircase that you're heading up to, it looks like it's leading to a quieter area. But for now, let's play some... Is that coming through straight away for everybody?
Yep.
Go.
Where can I change the audio?
So at top right, you have the little music notes, and you can choose how loud you want stuff.
It's not working.
So turn down playlists, ambient, and soundboard.
Okay. I need to turn them on. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So Strubbits is heading up. Seeker is heading right behind. Everybody else heading up there, I presume?
Can I just look at it? It seems nervous, or something like looking around in an unusual manner or something.
Roll me an insight check.
Insight.
Oh. Oh, did it come up as an 8 on the dice? And you're like, oh no, apparently not. Apparently a 20. Yes. As he gets to the top of the staircase, he kind of like opens the door because you're right behind him, and he's been quite flattering, like I said to you, and quite ingratiating to you. So he opens the door for you and kind of like gives you a smile, and then as he's kind of opening the door, expecting you to just walk through it, as you're walking through and you like kind of cast a glance to him, his eyes kind of like drift like across the courtyard, like towards the building on the other side of the courtyard.
Okay, so no, can I make it so like pretend that I have made something fall on the ground, maybe with thaumaturgy or whatever, and just try to stall until the others reach to me, so I can gesture to them that something is weird.
So thaumaturgy, I believe, would have a vocal component, so you would have to out loud be saying the spell. And there's no way to cast a spell with a vocal component and say it quietly. You have to kind of like have the cant and rhythm of a magic spell, unless you're a sorcerer, in which case you can have like subtle magic and kind of like.
Can I make something fall from my my backpack or something? Something from my.
So we'll say you've got something in your pocket. Getting something from your backpack, it would be a little bit more difficult. Say again.
Maybe one of my instruments that I have on my back or something.
Sure.
Something just falls. Yeah.
Okay, sure. And I'll say that he was kind of quite distracted, looking over the looking over the building, and then just kind of like turns back as he hears this this sextant, we'll call it. A sextant drops on the floor, like for your map tools and stuff. And he kind of like gives you a startled look, and then kind of like looks at you quite curious with a smile. As the others are coming up the stairs. Is everything okay, Sika? And he kind of like bends down to kind of pick it up as you're bending down at the same time to get it. It's kind of like an awkward smile.
Yeah, I'm fine. You know, I'm just not used to going into basements with handsome guys like you on the first day. So excuse me if I'm a little bit jittery. And I'm just gonna pick back my sextant, like try to look if not everything is not broken, like pretend, and just try to look at the guys behind me and gesture that's, you know, like big eyes and like mouthing something is weird.
Okay, roll me a. I'll say as you're kind of like looking over on the floor, he kind of like gives a smile, and you've kind of like thrown him off a little bit, calling him handsome, and he kind of like stands up. And now that you're in the room, he's not really bothered about keeping the door held open for everybody else. So he kind of like walks into the room, and I'll say that it would probably be Turilos that came up next, because Gris was helping Eileen, and then he was kind of like readjusting himself. So we'll say that entering the room, it was Seeker, then Turilos is coming up the steps to this upper level, and then Eileen, and then Gris at the end. So Turilos, as you walk in, you see Seeker kind of like eyes wide and like mouthing like, something's wrong.
Okay, so I will use the fact that I'm likely still connected to Eileen.
Yeah, I mean it's free to use anyway, right?
Yeah, it's a bonus action, and it does not specify any gestures or sounds that would have to be required. I think it's just in the mind.
Sure. Okay.
If I focus on her, and I can reestablish the connection as long as she is within 30 feet.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
And it lasts 3 minutes.
That's cool. So we'll say you're connected for a little while.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to have it that you're just staying connected whilst all this is going on.
Yeah, it was our understanding that we usually try to keep it up.
Have our little back and forth.
Okay. Keep your secrets. Yeah. Okay. That's cool.
That sort of thing. Okay. So I will just, in my mind then, go. It would seem that not all is right. Still, you've seen something. Keep on your guard.
This seems to be the way the things are right now, aren't they, my friend? Oh.
Yes. Let's hope we will all come out of this alive.
Remind me why we took up this job again.
Walking aside, wary, trying to gauge the situation. And I do have dark vision if it helps at all in the dark rooms.
So the room is well lit.
To go, hey guys, what are we talking about in here?
Yeah, the room is well lit. It looks like some storage. So as they've used the basement for like a lot of the tavern area, they've got a lot of storage up here, and it leads into there's a door at the other end of the room. You don't know what's beyond there. That door's shut. There are no stairs for going downstairs here. It's just literally a couple of crates. There's a long table that runs the length of the room, kind of like cutting it off in half, like across horizontally between you and the door behind you. And there are 2 chairs on this side, on your side, and then there is 1 chair on the other side. And the room, you know, it's about 20 to 30 feet. So it's a decent sized room. Fits you all in relatively comfortably, but the crates and sacks and goods of whatever is being handled up here is taking up, quite a bit of the space. And at the door on the other side, there is one person. There is an older-looking elf, and as far as you can tell, for an older-looking elf, he must be quite venerated in years because he looks older. And he is got a red bandana around his head. His hair's braided, all kind of like down to one side. And he's got a couple of pock marks on his face, and he's just sat there, leaning on the wall, one foot on the wall, arms crossed, just watching as you come in, and kind of like gives a little nod to Sribbits as he comes in, suggesting that they are aware of each other. They've potentially dealt with each other, or they at least know that this meeting was happening, and kind of gives a nod to Sribbits, and then his eyes just fall to Seeker, and a little smile on his face, but he says nothing.
Okay. Yeah, before we go any further, I have a very, very important question. How sanitary is this place?
I mean, it's it's not like covered in sewage or anything. It's dirty. The people out here, they don't look like they are all that bothered about keeping the place clean, but it's more tidy. It would suggest that if these people they'd probably treat this building like they would their ship. They're not bothered about cleaning down every inch of it, but they make sure that it's in good nick, and you look after the building, you look after the ship, and you look after yourself.
After a while, I am going to nod and turn to the others and simply let out the building is acceptable. As acceptable as they can be. Just don't eat anything.
So, I have been traveling with Seeker for some time, and you say Sir Ribbits has been particularly and perhaps unbecomingly interested and familiar with her, so I like to think I would be wary of what his perhaps intentions are. What are the looks and smiles she's getting from the people here? Do they seem to be like a sneer? Do they seem to be of mocking or ill intent?
No, it's very much, of the four of you, well, the five of you, she's the one that has probably caught this land dweller's eye more than the others. Who knows? Maybe if Eileen took her mask off, his head would be turned. But it was, more, it wasn't unprofessional. It was a hello. So not in a let's have her, guys, or anything like that.
Unless.
Is can you, anybody who wants to, roll me a history check?
You did say anybody who...
Anybody who wants to. Anybody wants to, yeah.
Yeah, I'll refrain.
Okay. Eileen will say more on par with your general observations. I think it works well. The two, more academics. Albeit Seeker's quite academic. You kind of pick up on as you're walking past the people downstairs. As you now see this person here, there's a couple of tattoos up one arm in a set pattern, and Gris, you notice it as well, and it would suggest that the people here, at least those that were downstairs, and the elf that stands here now, they are part of a ship of one of the factions that that control Luskan. And let's see, what did you roll? Bear with me. Hold on a second. Too many things open. Not the right thing.
Strong
open.
rolls, very strong rolls.
Very strong rolls, yeah. I think. Hold on it. I do apologize, but I don't want to say the name wrong. So I'm going to go and look it up because it has not saved it in the character.
The Toad Boys. So Ribbits and the Toad Boys.
So no. I should have chosen a different name. The first NPC I introduced. Okay, he is. I feel like Matt Mercer now scrambling through...
Just don't say queef.
So the tattoos look like they have been quite biting when they've been tattooed, and they coalesce into a lovely pattern.
Yes! Ding 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 ding!
They are... Not ship Kurth, High Captains. There we go. They are from ship Suljack. Suljack. So they are one of the main 5 factions. You are dealing with one of the 5 factions here. So not just your common street gangs. These are the people that keep the street gangs in check, and if there's any crime, then it's usually squashed out by these guys or kind of organized by these guys.
How long did you say we have been in Luskan at this point? Would we know the names of any of the other ships?
Yeah, I mean, if you know this one and you can identify it from tattoos, I will say that the 5 are... do you know what? Shall I just copy and paste the names as I read them out? That would be easier.
That would be marvellous.
Okay, so they are Ship Kurth, Ship Baram, Ship Rethnor, Ship Tarl, and Ship Suljack.
They all sound like Stargate characters.
And Eileen, I'll go with yours, like just extra bits that you've picked up while you've been here. Let's say you've been in Luskan for over a week now, and it was kind of like while you were here that Sribbits managed to get in contact with you. I need to go. What's his surname? It's not Croak, is it? Sribbits Perfu. I'll go with Perfu. Perfu. Then got in contact with you, was then arranging the meeting. So it took a couple of days. So you've had a bit of time to kind of like get a bit of the lay of the land. Eileen, you know that as far as the 5 ships go, the 5 factions, it used to be that Luskan, for a long time, has like historically been ruled by the 5 ship captains. However, there was a period for quite a long time ago where it was a faction known as the Arcane Brotherhood that managed to kind of seize control over Luskan for a long time. They were then crushed by the High Captains. They kind of like took everything back. But the Arcane Brotherhood has now kind of reaffirmed its power, its position of power. Albeit it's not no longer the kind of like the de jure rulers of Luskan by any means, but they are, you know, they are a growing organization.
Very much moved in a way.
Yeah, they moved back in. They were there. They took over. They got kicked out, and then they've kind of like managed to slowly kind of grow again. And I'll say that this is kind of information that between you all you've kind of like picked up with the questioning and stuff that's been going on. So that's kind of what you know about.
Do we know what the Brotherhood's remit seems to be these days? If they're not in control and they're back and they're somehow growing, how are they growing? What do they do?
I will say. There's only there is currently death. There's only the elf in the room with the 5 of you. I will let you roll. And where would you have been trying to find this information out? Would you have been asking around? Would you be?
I haven't actively been searching it, but if someone has talked about how there used to be a former faction but was expunged and overthrown by the ships and these 5 captains, and yet is now somehow returning and growing, well, it's interesting to me that it's returned and growing. It isn't being quelled and stamped out.
Well, that in itself is the question, and if you're not necessarily going out there
actively,
if you're not actively trying to find an answer, then you do not know. But they are
campaign ever. Yes.
Well, again, is there a way that you would try to be finding this information? This is not something that you would have
collecting small talk.
This is not information. Well, this is the thing. It is not information that would have been gathered through small talk. But I will say that you'd heard the Arcane Brotherhood briefly mentioned enough times that they were obviously important, but not enough detail that anybody really knows anything about them. They're very much a mysterious organization, as always was. So he's talking for that kind of intel, the big talks.
Do we know if each of the ships has... I will presume they have geographical areas or territories, but do we know if they each have sort of different areas of expertise or interest? Does being here with Ship Souljack mean we are particularly more likely to be involved in any one sort of business or company than if we had been with, say, Ship Baram?
I mean, with the 20, I will give you that they do have their different preferences on the type of business that they like to undertake. And I will give you specifically, as you're getting a lot of information on this one roll, that Ship Souljack are more involved with smuggling and kind of like dealing various contraband and supplies that would be considered generally illegal within Sword Coast.
Marvelous, thank you.
So there you go. There is a seat on the other side of the table. There are 2 seats, and Perfu his kind of pulls out a chair for Seeker.
Okay.
And do you
I say thank you and I sit down, yeah.
Super. And then he kind of thinks twice and then kind of like steps to one side and looks at Eileen and says, I know that the journey was a little challenging and those stairs there's quite a number of them. Please, here, take my seat.
Marvelous of you. Thanks, lad. Unless anybody else needs it.
No, I'm quite fine, thank you.
Bless you, lad.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Bless you, lad. I say as I take a seat.
I will stand quite close to Eileen, and I will take a deep bow before the elf.
And he kind of like quirks an eyebrow at you and like just confusion on his face. Like, have you got me confused with somebody else?
It's just the way he is. You'll get used to it. The lads are hard to come by. About yourself, however. Compliments on the ink. I say, gesturing towards his, narration.
And he looks over it and shrugs his like, nah. Some of the others have got it better, but some have got it far worse. The guy that did mine, he was only blind in one eye.
Well, he was drunk enough.
And he kind of like smiles slightly, and then kind of gives the Triton a look up and down. Yeah, we don't see many of yours around these way, but I've seen them on my travels, long way from home.
Oh, have you now? Have you met maybe? Have you talked to any of them, if I may ask?
I mean, over the years, yeah, I've spent more time at sea than I have on land.
And I'm terribly sorry to interrupt the meeting. However, I could not ask if maybe you've met one recently in the previous year or two, named Corvos.
And he instantly just shakes his head and shrugs like, no. Unfortunately, I've been stuck on land for quite a while now. Almost.
Thank you kindly. I will nod my head politely.
And kind of like, shrugs it off. Yeah, no problem.
I pat Turio's upper arm. I think that's as high as my arm can go. And I just let out a... It's alright, lad. We'll find them eventually.
And as you're kind of like stood there, you hear footsteps coming up from the staircase, the wooden staircase outside. And the half-orc / orc woman kind of steps into the doorway and looks over to the elf, who kind of like gives a nod, and there's like this silent exchange between them. And then she shuts the door and steps to the other side. So she kind of like closes it on herself and stands outside. And from where you are, there's a window looking out over the courtyard, and you can see that she's not walked back down the steps. You've seen that she's not like passed over this upper window. So she's kind of stood in front of the doorway, and the elf just gives a on the door, and a few minutes later, there's a little rattling at the door handle, and then opens up, and you're kind of like where Eileen and Sika are sat at this table. You're kind of like looking forward as the door opens, and it's almost like it opens and nobody's there, and then just like 2 foot down, you see this little gnome kind of like waddle through, and he's got a shaved head with like 2 unshaved bits on each side. It is just a travesty of a haircut. There's like a little bit of spikes in it. He's got this little goatee, and looks in his kind of like at least human scale. Luke's in his 40s, kind of like dark tanned leather skin. Clearly, you know, the type of weathering that those out on the ocean might see. He looks like sea folk, and he kind of like waddles over and pulls the chair out and climbs up onto this chair, and he's basically stood on the chair and just kind of like slams his hands down in front and kind of like weighs up the group, looking around, just saying nothing.
Well, good evening to us too, Messiah.
He
Is
kind of
sure
like,
that didn't hurt you? Is he looking down at his hand?
no.
Couldn't do to get you splinters.
Splinters.
And
And
I'm
like-
saying,
He looks at his hands and
These hands have scrubbed more decks than you've seen.
decks. He's scrubbed more decks than you've seen.
Ain't no splinters get into this skin.
He kind of holds his hands up. It's like, just looks like a leather hand. And then kind of like gives a glance around you, and behind you, the door shuts. Behind him, the elf shuts the door, and he's kind of like just stood in front of it.
So, suppose you'll be wanting to take a look at it then, eh?
And
it's your hand? Well, I'm tempted. A lot of them have come to me with similar propositions.
he just gives like a look at you, Eileen. He's like,
What are you talking about? Is she alright, this one?
People often say that not. Would you be the judge of that, lad?
And he kind of like goes lower to the table and he's kind of like looking, like his like head close to the table and looking up at you, like almost trying to look up under your mask, even though it's like a full face mask. And he's like,
Nah. Don't trust someone if I can't see the face. Less talk from you, the better. That's what I think.
and he takes from his belt a small pouch, a little red velvet pouch, which is probably the fanciest looking thing on him. You know, he's all kind of like dark rough clothing, you know, hard black leather belt, and then there's just this really nice fancy red purse. And he places it carefully onto the table. And
I'm gonna say that you like his purse and see his reaction.
Say it to me then. Don't say you're gonna say. Say, I like your purse.
That's a lovely purse you have there. Where'd you get it?
And he gives you a look, and then it like breaks into a grin.
Don't think you need to be worrying about where we got it from. But needless to say, the person who had it previously, they're not going to need it anymore.
And he kind of like drums his fingers or like over the like around it and gives it a little pat. Like,
This little thing here, well, I think we know how valuable it is.
and Sribbits kind of like steps forward and says, "Perhaps we can take a look at it first, examine it, make sure it's the real thing before we make any decisions and dealings. Yes, make sure that we're not being led a merry dance." He's kind of like comes standing on your side, Seeker, next to you, and like looks down at you. What do you say?
Okay, so I didn't completely understand what you said with your accent, so...
He says, perhaps we should take a look at it to make sure it's the real deal.
Oh,
What do you
okay.
say?
Yeah, I'm excited. I say, yeah, let's get on with it. We've been waiting in this room for a while now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you got somewhere better to be. Please, by all means, leave.
Not before I see what that purse.
And he kind of like leans forward and like delicately unties this little gold string, and as he kind of like, it's like a little pull string, and as he opens the purse, you just see this like faint blue light emanating from it, and he just kind of like opens it enough that the purse kind of like falls down around this little blue marble, kind of about an inch and a half across. Looks kind of like that.
It's pretty.
I used to play with these as a boy.
And he looks over to you and says,
Huh. Unless you've got a strange pair hanging down there, you ain't played with nothing like this before.
What's the size of this thing?
about an inch and a half.
Okay, so it's really small.
Yeah.
Is it moving inside, or is it just...
So as you look at it, like at first it just looks like it's emanating, and it's just like it's got a little bit of a pulse to it. But as you look, it's not like a pulsing light. There's something moving inside it, and it's kind of like swirling around, and like every so often, like it kind of like turns, and like the brightness just kind of like points in a different direction. So it's not that it keeps like pulsating necessarily. It's like the light is kind of like focused and just kind of like moving around almost, kind of like all sparkly and real pretty. And you kind of like Perfume next to you just kind of like holds his breath for a minute.
May I look at it?
Of course. That's what we're here for, right?
No, two accents went into that one.
That's what we're here for, right?
So I take it into my hand, and
I stop you. I stop you for a
Okay.
moment. And I
Mm.
just say, As far as we all know, how deadly is this?
I mean, if I take it, we'll know soon enough, right?
Put some gloves on, honey.
Oh.
Wear your gloves, love. Put them on.
Okay. Okay, Grandma, no worries. So I take my gloves and I put them delicately and I get close to the orb and I'm gonna cast the Identify spell on it and see what it does something.
Okay. So I'm going to give that you have the material component required. Oh, you don't need it. Oh, hold on. Which way did you go with this now? Is this from?
I think if I do it as a ritual, I don't think I need to have.
Okay, so it takes 10. No, you still need the material components even if you cast as ritual. You just don't use a spell slot. However, for the sake of absolute convenience, I'm going to say that you have a pearl valued at 100 gold pieces. Otherwise, that's a really lame thing to get to level 3 and not have picked up for your spell. So you have that, and you have a little. You have a feather. What bird is the feather from for this magic spell you're about to cast?
Penguin.
No, it's
Penguin.
No, we're near the water.
What are you going for? What kind of feather is it?
Seagull.
A seagull feather. Okay, so you got your
Nice.
seagull and your pearl, and he kind of places it in front of you, and you kind of like start. Are you casting as a ritual? It'll take 10 minutes, which is fine if you want to do that, or it's a spell slot.
You know what? No, we don't have time. I'll just use my spell slot.
Okay, if you can. So let's show you how to use a spell. So if you open up your character sheet, if you go to your spells.
Oh, he's done it. He's done it. He's well ahead of you.
He's already done it. He's already cast it. What a bad boy. Well done.
I didn't have a spell specified an owl, but to hell with that.
Oh, is it an owl feather?
According to the spell, but this is much better.
Yeah, seagull feather for sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's just water owls. It's the same thing.
Yes, water owls.
The owl of the sea. The owl of the storefront.
So you kind of like casting, you kind of like waving the feather across it, kind of like drawing it across the pearl, and then kind of like going over this motion a few times. It takes a minute to cast this kind of like preparation, and you can kind of feel the swelling of the magic happening in the air, and the gnome is just kind of like leaning. Kind of like he's still stood on the chair. He's like got an arm over the back of the chair. He's kind of just stroking his little beard, kind of like watching all this happen. And Sribbits, his kind of like eyes are just not being taken off what's going on off this orb. And as you get as the spell completes, and you are kind of washed with the information from this orb. It is clouded. You definitely get the sense that this is an old artifact. It's crafted, so it's not like something that's happened naturally. It is definitely a crafted. And from the things that you've seen previously, prior to you coming here, it now confirms that this is Netherese in origin. So at some point, this was created at a time when Netheril was still around. You know that this is ancient magic. You get strong senses of divination from this orb, and that it will help you to find. It helps. It's kind of clouded where it will help reveal things that are of Netherese origin. You don't the translation or whatever it is, or however this information is coming to you, it's just kind of muddled. And you've used this spell before, and normally it would tell you the exact specifics of what the item does. There's something about the ever shifting nature of this artifact, and whether it is just old, powerful Netherese magic. It's not everything's there. You've not got everything from it, but it definitely confirms that this is powerful. It's valuable. It's rare, and it's Netherese.
Hey, I'm gonna act like I know exactly what it is, and I'm gonna ask the gnome. So, did you get this little trinket with the purse you stole, or where did you find it?
Well, I think that's quite a presumption that we stole it, don't you? I mean,
And he...
I'm just gonna look at him and say, no, if I have means to know what this artifact is, I can know where did you where you got it, so let's not play games here.
And he kind of pauses and says,
I tell you what, perhaps at the end of these negotiations, perhaps then we'll give you some more information as to how we acquired it. Fair?
That's fair. Then I will tell you what I know at the end of the negotiation too.
and he kind of like looks at you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, he looks at Seeker. 1 minute. He just looks at Seeker a little bit confused by that, and then kind of like shrugging. Okay, and gone to Rios.
I just wanted to say that during this whole conversation, during this exchange, I will try to look at the elf and gauge his disposition towards us, like what he thinks, what he would, maybe not what he thinks, but at least like how does he take all this?
Sure, I mean, kind of like he's interested. He was interested watching Seeker perform the spell. Good chance that he's seen the spell being, a spell that's been performed before. But it's always interesting to see if you're gonna find anything out. But yeah, he's just kind of like here. He's just watching, and he's not. Yeah.
No worries.
So, so it's on the table, yeah. You've like not picked it up or anything. Well, I mean, I'm guessing you kind of like handled it because I think you need to touch it for the actual spell anyway. And
does Seeker have a name for this item? For the sake of my session notes,
I would go with Netherese Orb.
So now I need to find out who Nevery is.
Oh yeah, I must touch it indeed. So
Yeah. And yeah, as you touch it, you can kind of like feel, in combination with your identification, but you can kind of feel the thrum of power from this, and it's fascinating to watch how the sparkles kind of like dance around just inside this thick glass. And Sribbits is kind of like in awe with it. So is it right? Is it what we think it could be? It's useful, yes?
What do you think it is?
Well, something Netherese, right?
Perhaps.
Are you satisfied, Seeker, with what we appear to have found, or has it left you somewhat lacking?
I think we can start negotiating the expedition. This seems to be coming from where we think it is coming.
And as you kind of say that, the gnome is kind of like looking between you both. You're all kind of like chatting to each other, and Sribbits kind of like looks at it and says like, allow me to have a look at it. And kind of like reaches down and kind of picks it up between his finger and thumb. He's kind of like holding it up to the light a little bit. It's like,
I keep an eye on him. Like if he's ready to run away or something, I'm ready.
I mean, where are you stood, Gris?
I'm stood. I didn't take a seat, so I am stood down at the end of the table next to where Seeker has been. I'm not entirely trustful of these people and the eyes they've had on her, so I would say I am adjacent to where Seeker is sat, therefore perhaps I would be adjacent to where Sribbits has approached.
Okay.
And I'm still sitting up from where
Seeker's sat at the table, so opposite Seeker would be where the gnome is sat, and opposite facing the door. So are you kind of like at the other end of the table from where Sribbits is, or are you at Sribbits' end? Imagine long table. Sribbits is stood at one long end. And Eileen. Say again?
I think I'm close to him.
Yeah, so he's at one short end. Then you've got Seeker sat on the long end. Eileen sat next to her. And then opposite on the adjacent long side is the gnome.
I was stood next to where Seeker was sat.
Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll say that you're over her right shoulder, and Sribbits was kind of like floating around at the table to her left. And he kind of like picks it up, and he's like kind of like holding it towards the lamp on the wall. Kind of like trying to look through the light.
Most fascinating thing. This small little thing.
He's like kind of like just kind of like pacing around the room, kind of like holding up, and he casts his light spell, and he's kind of like doing something, like looking at the light. And what's everybody doing?
Keeping
Seeker,
a
you're
very
watching him.
close eye on him.
You're keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, I still mostly focus on the elf.
Okay.
I'm
gnome-
going to bother Turielos and just let out a mental sigh and go, these laws are taking forever. What do they even want with that blue little ball?
And so he kind of like starts walking over to the window, and he's like trying to get some better light looking at it. And Seeker and Gris kind of like watching Sribbits. He's clearly in awe about this thing. And with you kind of like looking the other way, the gnome says like,
So, shall we talk money?
I'm not going to take part in that discussion. If you will permit it, DM, I'm going to ready an action.
okay.
I slowly sort of flex my fingers and make sure my right hand is free and empty and is casually palm up. If I feel like Sribbits is about to do anything to the orb, or makes to open or the window, or make a dash for the door, I would like to use my telekinetic movement to draw it instead to my hand, if it is within 30 feet, as in a sort of psychic snatch back with it being a tiny object.
So if he tries to move towards the door,
If he tries to do anything to it, or throw it, or stow it.
do anything to it, throw it, or stow it.
Yes, to keep it rhyming.
Okay. Okay. You'll use your telekinetic movement. What's that?
That is, I can move. Well, if I click it, it'll spend it. I think I can drag it. I haven't done this as a non-DM before.
Let's have a look.
Oh, it hasn't done it. Damn. You can access it from my character sheet.
Okay. You can move an object or creature with your mind. Oh my god, you guys! You're like the X-Men. As an action, you target one loose object that is large or smaller, or one willing creature. Well, I wouldn't call it a loose.
Next paragraph.
Okay. Alternatively, if it's a tiny object, you can move it to or from your hand. Either way, you can move the target horizontally. So when he doesn't say that you can, I wouldn't. If it is a tiny object, you can move it to or from your hand. Hold on. That's an action. You target one loose object that is large or smaller with one willing creature other than yourself. If you can see and is within 30 feet of you, can move it 30 feet. Alternative. Okay, so I think the fact it being tiny, I think it would have to be loose. It would have to be. Otherwise, this allows you to essentially disarm.
Yeah, if he goes to like throw it,
which I don't think is what it's supposed to. Yeah, okay. So if he relinquishes it, you're gonna.
I'm gonna it back.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That's fine. I will let you. Hold, because obviously holding an action, it would then be burned at the end of the round anyway. So you can only hold an action for so long. So you can only hold it for a round. But
or rather, I'm preparing to do that if the situation arises. I'm not beginning a sort of incantation. I'm just thinking if he relinquishes it in any way, I'm going to snap it back, y'all.
Okay. Well then, I would say we'll go down to an initiative check as to whether you take your action, because it's obviously not a reaction.
That makes sense.
So, cool. Okay, then you're on guard. So if he tries to do that, then we'll take that up. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So the gnome kind of says, "So
let's talk money. The one thing we've not talked about."
I was waiting for that subject. So, what do you want?
I believe.
What's the deal here?
I believe the standing arrangement was going to be 5,000 gold pieces. If you approved of the item and did what you thought.
Wait, so this is out of game. I don't understand. Are we trying to buy the item, or are we trying to secure passage to with the expedition?
Well, herein lies the sudden in-character confusion, as well as out-of-character confusion. You were brought here under the presumption that you were here to go on an expedition, and this guy has just said it's 5,000 gold for the item.
Okay.
So deal with that as you will.
I'm gonna look at 3-bits and ask him, what does he think? Like, what's the deal here?
And he does two things, and I guess kind of everybody's kind of like looking at the same time. And he's kind of like holding the orb, and as he's kind of speaking, he like with the light spell cast on the coin that he was kind of like admiring it with, he kind of like closes his hand around it and says,
yes, well, about that. Perhaps a little bit of a mix-up in a bit of confusion in exactly what was happening here today, I feel.
And then he opens his hand again, and then he closes it again. And I'm going to say from where Churlos and Gris are, because they are not they're not sat down. Can you both roll me a perception check, please? Okay. You are kind of like watching him, and he just kind of is looking at the orb, and he kind of like gives a look over to Seeker, and says,
I am sorry. You seem like a nice girl.
And then he looks over towards the elf. What do you guys do? He looks at the elf quickly.
I am going to cast Calm Emotions on our, well, guide, host, whatever he is.
Okay. Cast the spell. So Eileen looks back to the host. Link calm emotions and think. Cool. There we go. Oh, we can't see what it does. How do I see what it does, DM?
For now, open it. For now, just open it in her character sheet.
Okay.
I was planning to rush.
I got it for you.
Good man. Good man. Okay, so you attempt to suppress strong emotions in a group of people. Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range must make a charisma saving throw. A creature can choose to fail the saving throw if it wishes. If a creature fails its saving throw, choose one of the following 2 effects. You can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened. When the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes, providing that its duration. Alternatively, you can make target indifferent about creatures of your choice that is hostile towards. So this does it on everybody within 20. So it's basically everybody in the room, yeah?
I'm trying to move it in such a way that it's not going to fall exactly upon us. How big is this?
There's not a map for this room, is there?
There is not a map.
I was going to say, yeah. Which way she said that?
I will say a 20-foot radius. I don't think you would have vision anywhere within the room that wouldn't catch you. I mean, it's 20-foot radius, you know. So
yeah, so this radius, but it.
So I think I said that this room was about 20 to 30 feet wide. So if you cast it like even right in the corner, it's still going to come halfway into the room. So you would catch it.
I do believe that this is quite academic here, because she chooses what the effect is on us, so she can basically choose that there is none.
Okay.
It suppresses your will, your hostility, basically, and we are not hostile to anyone. It's one thing, and second one is she could just choose us not to be, I think.
Yes, that seems to make sense in my head, at least.
Yeah, so even if she has us in the radius, she can just not do it to us, I suppose. You can make a target indifferent too. About creatures of your choice, so it is all chosen by the caster.
No, because it says each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere.
Yeah, sure.
So
sure,
I think it would.
But then you get to the effect.
Yeah, but the effect is okay. You can suppress any effects. So no, there's no effects in play. So we're talking about the alternative. Oh, sorry. Any suppressing. So alternatively, you can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that is hostile towards.
Yeah.
This indifference ends. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's just because normally it would say you can choose which targets to affect, or because I feel like this is a spell that you wouldn't be able to choose a different effect on each different person. It would be one or all.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, so even if it's you guys, it's making you indifferent, but it's making everybody else indifferent anyway. So it doesn't really matter because you're not hostile. But it would just mean that you're also not hostile for a minute.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, because I was planning to rush him. So maybe I could start rushing and then just, do you know what? Never mind.
Right. Everybody, I'm going to say everybody just roll. What do they have to roll? Actually, it's a wisdom saving throw, is it?
Charisma, I think.
Charisma saving throw. Yeah, so if everybody can roll a charisma saving throw, what's your DC, Eileen? Oh, what is it?
DC 13.
13. So if everybody can roll me a DC 13 charisma saving throw, please. Turios is like, yeah, whatever. I'm not bothered. Yeah. Eileen's not bothered. Yeah. Gris is still
bothered.
You're still bothered.
Am I rolling it on myself?
Each humanoid, yeah, I'd say it's a self-cast. I'd say it gets everybody.
Okay, but now we're coming to a point where Eileen is able to choose the creatures that we are indifferent towards. So she can just choose us to be indifferent towards, I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
The spell is all about choosing by the caster, so I'm...
You know what, I'm going to say that we are going to be indifferent towards the elf that is sitting in the middle of the door, and it's presumably guarding it.
Okay, so you're still differenced about okay. about Sribbits. And Gris is bothered about everybody.
I'm still...
We can talk it through after the session, I suppose. Like, if we want to make like some calls.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah. It's a weird.
I have the spell as well in my list, so it might come up.
Yeah, I'll definitely double check to clarify on it.
Sure.
Okay. So let me roll on these guys. Bear with me 1 second. I should make 2 off this sheet. Charisma saving throw, yeah. I'm going to roll it... Oh, no. Let me see where these show. So, Gnome. Gnome is chilled. And then... Elf. So chilled. Everybody's just so chilled, and Gritty's just kind of like his back starting to prickle up.
What about Sribbit?
Oh yes, Ribbits. Yeah. 1 second.
Nah, one. No.
He's the only one that's going to succeed.
Please.
Yeah, it's very effective for now.
Can't look.
Oh,
Only Sir Gris is hateful enough.
So nobody else here wants to fight, but Gris wants to smash everyone in.
Not smashing.
To make my own.
No, I don't think that's...
Oh, and God, do you? Yeah, I think it's all humanoids. It's not. Okay, so you're feeling chilled, and there's on the other side of the door, there's the half orc. Who's just kind of like sat there minding her own business,
Oh
yeah, no, she's
Powerful.
angry anyway. Okay, so is the verbal components to that spell?
Chill out.
I believe the
Somatic.
can just
verbal, somatic, and
down.
So
Calm down.
yes.
Eileen starts kind of like waving her hands around and like just saying some nice, soothing words, and like the elf and the gnome kind of like as she's doing stuff like the backs go up a little bit, like what's going on here, and then like yeah, okay. Oh my god! It's hold on. So it's 1 action, and then as that happens, kind of like Sribbits kind of like feels it come over to him, kind of like feel a bit more relaxed, and just looks over, and then he's just kind of like, I mean, I said that I was sorry, Seeker, but all of a sudden I don't really care. And he looks out the window. And waves his hand. Oh no, he doesn't even wave his hand. He just looks out the window and says, Adris Mir. And he disappears.
So for all that exchange, I didn't get a chance to.
He did not let go of it. He didn't do anything. He didn't take an action.
Oh yeah, but when you said what we were all doing, I said I was getting up and running at him.
At what point? When were you running at him?
When you said, as soon as he started talking, he says his exchange, what you all doing, and that was our repeated reference to the everyone chilled. I'm running at him. I said a few times, I'm barreling at him. I want to wrench it off.
So this happened. So I was already turning around and saying about Seeker. He looked over to the person, and then so I was already in the middle of doing it when Eileen said she was doing it. But I'll tell you what, I'll let you roll with me then. I'll let you roll with me, and then we'll see how this now plays out. Now
what, for like initiative? Yeah, that's why I popped them out onto the map ready to. I thought you were going to make us do an initiative against each other or something. God, my initiative is fucking dire. Oh, I can't do an initiative because there's not
no combat.
A combat, yeah.
Bear with me. How do I load people into combat? Tell you, if I drag people onto the landing page, then that's going to be able to work.
I think if you, it's weirdly, I think you have to add me to combat. I've not really seen it from this way. This way round. You have to drag me onto a tracker. You can right click on me. So Gris walks over to the combat tracker. So now I can click it.
Okay.
Nat 20 for a 21.
Good anvil. Bear with me for 1 second.
He's only at 22 and I'm going to hit the wall hard as he goes and he disappears.
Why can't I drag him on?
Right click.
Provided media file does not have a valid image of video. I mean, I think you'll find it does have a token attached to it, so why is it not doing it?
What, when you're trying to drag it from your
the map?
You're not dragging it straight from a compendium, are you?
No, I'm dragging it off my actor sheet. Let me just double check.
Oh, hold on. You're not trying to drag the image from his character sheet onto the.
No, I was trying to drag him from the actors list.
Oh yeah, sorry.
All right, just bear with me 1 second. Maybe I've not selected the.
I mean, the image shouldn't matter because you've seen how many times in our campaign you've had people with no picture and it comes up as like the Foundry silhouette.
Bear with me 1 second. There we go. Yeah, I think I didn't have it attached properly. Okay.
Weirdly, I wouldn't have thought that would have been a deal breaker for adding someone on.
Okay, so now he has to roll.
Could have him to combat first, remember? Unless he's hidden. He shouldn't be, because his visible.
I've not had it into combat. That's why I can't do it. Okay. Toggle combat state, and now
and remember, when you click on it, you need to do -5 on it. Oh, doesn't matter.
Why do I have to do -5?
Because I wanted to win, but he rolled really shit anyway.
Yeah, he's not exactly a combatant.
Dick Wizard.
Oh, why the fuck did it show that up? I mean, it's just a stat block anyway.
Oh yeah, when we have a guy come up as pirate, I thought, oh well, I know exactly how much HP he's got now. But I've never seen a Deck Wizard.
Okay. So as he kind of like looks over to the person and kind of like almost foreshadows that something's about to happen, Gris is already barreling towards him. And as he kind of like starts speaking and looking towards the window, what are you doing?
What time of day? It's evening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's night. It's night outside. That's why he lit his light cantrip to come through to lead you into down the back alleys.
Okay, I will be striking out with my hammer at him. My intent is to basically sort of body him into the wall to try and release his grip on this. Would you like me just to make an attack on him?
Well, it sounds like does your attack enable movement of an enemy? Because it sounds like you're trying to hit him with a hammer, make him drop something, and move him at the same time. It sounds like trying to do three actions.
No.
So choose one of them.
Just like running over and just laying in with the hammer. I suppose it's not seeing a map. I'm counting matters now. Imagine him next to a wall. I'm more thinking of a flavour of like trying to get him up against a wall, not a grappled state.
Sure. Okay,
I don't have force movement yet on my attacks.
Okay.
that will come later.
Okay.
So yes.
So you're just going in making an attack and knocking him backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Hits.
Okay. And I will, as I strike in with this hammer against him, you see a pale sort of bluey silvery, almost like wisp of smoke sort of curls around the head of my warhammer as I strike him and do an additional 1d6 damage.
Oof.
As I call out as I go, just like, drop it!
Well, me and you are going to, because everybody else is chilled at the moment, so this is between me and you, brother.
I was like, guys,
just calm down, guys.
How does he look? Sorry, first of all.
That was a big hit. He is, he's kind of like got blood trickling down the side of his mouth as you kind of like lay into him and kind of like knock him back, and he looks at you, but there's a mix of confusion and a flash of anger in his eyes, and he holds his hands up. He's still got the orb in his hand, and he kind of like gestures towards the window and Maracida, and casts Gust of Wind. A line of strong wind, 60 feet long and 10 feet wide, blasts from you in a direction you choose for the spell's duration, which is 1 minute. Each creature that starts its turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away from you in a direction following that line. Any creature in the line must spend 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves when moving closer to you. So I'm going to say from where we are in the corner, this is going to hit you. Yeah, it's probably going to do it directly away from you. You've no way of stopping a cast, have you?
Well, no, but is that a reaction? Because I haven't actually finished hitting him.
Oh my god, right, okay, sorry. Keep going. You know everything I'm doing, though.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I was going to have the lantern hung on my hip. Was going to...
No way. Hung on your hip?
Yeah, as I said before, had it hooked on.
Okay,
okay. Or do you want to rule it that...
I mean, I think it's a big item. If you're going to have that as where it's normally stowed, that's a big item for running around with, I think. A lantern.
Okay, yeah, never mind, man. I will not make him do a DC 18 dex saving throw or take 2d6 fire damage.
What do you wish to do?
No. Fair enough. If that isn't viable, then I have nothing else I would have done.
If I'm just thinking of, you don't have a shield, do you? You have a warhammer. You do have a shield.
Yes.
So you have a shield, a warhammer, carrying a lantern, backpack. I feel like a lantern on your hip would be very much in the way in combat. That's just me.
I mean,
feel like
it's like a huge stick on my back, like a carrot and stick thing, and the lantern hangs down above me like an anglerfish.
Yeah, okay, it's just your anglerfish lamp.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, I can work
it's
around
up to
it
you.
In future, because I could have easily said, obviously I didn't today. I could have said I put the lantern down on the table when we came in. So in future, I still have means of using it in the way I'd imagined. I did specifically say before I'd hooked it onto like my belt. I don't think it says that it's a particular size. So yeah, it would be like.
Do you know what? I will allow it. I'll just go with it because I didn't.
Okay.
I just didn't pick up on the side.
That's the only action of it that is like a damage dealing thing. So I'm happy if you want to say like all the alternating light shit it can do when it's on me. But if you want me to basically shoot Scorch and Ray at someone, it has to be held or something.
Okay, you do what you want to do. I'll go with it.
Okay, well I don't have to do anything. For now, he has to make a DC 18 Dex saving throw as the fire leaps from my hip.
Rip.
He takes 2d6 fire damage.
Okay.
Ah, pathetic.
He is slightly singed. So there's like this, you kind of like come dashing in and kind of like smash him, and there's like as you're going for the lamp to pull it up, he kind of like kicks out a little bit and he just kind of like knocks the lamp a little bit, so he just kind of like, the scorch just kind of like catches up one side and kind of like burns up his jacket a little bit. And now he's gone from being concerned and angry to probably leaning more on the edge of concerned. Is there anything you'd like to do? Is that the end of your turn?
It would be too cheesy to say that I step away out of the spell that I psychically know is coming, so I would have been.
I mean, it wouldn't matter because you're getting hit wherever you are in the room anyway. So.
No, that's all from me.
Okay. So it is Sribbit's Perfu's turn. I'm going to say that there is like a click at the door as all this is happening, with like all the fighting, because obviously the orc outside. There's a click at the door, and Sribbits kind of like just throws his hands out towards you, and kind of like cutting a line between the door and where he's like this edge of the wall, like straight across the room. So you need to make Succeed on a strength saving throw. And it is going to be against his DC, which is, how do you calculate? Because I can't see it straight off.
It should be in his spell, at the top of his spellbook tab. Well, depending on where you've imported it from, some things just mention in the spell description, like all of the deck wizard spells are DC 5.
Okay, let's have a look for that then.
In fact, yeah, no need to look up. Probably it's a 5.
Okay, so I think it's 8 plus your proficiency plus your modifier. So 8, 10... DC 13. Strength.
All day,
This
baby.
guy.
All
Day long. Okay.
If I'd failed, I was going to burn legendary resistance.
So you kind of feel it kind of coming out of him and buffeting against you. It's just making your cape and your hair. You are kind of like head down, like staring into the gust. And he kind of like looks at you, and you have no grapple on him.
No.
Okay. Then he is just... But something slightly different is going to happen. He kind of like panic looks out of the window, but it's in a different angle to where he was originally looking. Marasata! And he kind of like looks at you, and you see him, and then he just casts a glance outside. And then he disappears. I would presume the line of strong wind continues while he's concentrating.
I would imagine. I mean, I don't know if he's Misty Stepped or Homebrewed or whatever, but
he's Misty. He has Misty.
I don't think Misty Step's concentration, is it?
Misty Step isn't.
Yes, I think Gust is, but Misty Step isn't.
Oh, it's as a bonus action on each of your turns before the spells, you can change. Oh, you can change the direction. Okay, so I think it just lasts for a minute. I don't think it needs to. I think that's just where it emits from. Yeah. And then he's just kind of like bamfed out of it. So it's kind of like blowing into the wall. And he is...
Why did he cast 2 spells in 1 round?
Because Misty Step is a bonus action.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You cannot cast two spells in 1 round. Unless one of them is a cantrip. Unless you are homebrewing it.
Oh!
I only remembered this, like... Someone told me this about two weeks ago, about... I think Bartandalus apparently did it in like our Rahadin bridge fight they were watching.
Might have been me as well.
And it's like, I've gone this entire campaign never knowing that. It's just like, well, I'm not going to change it in my campaign.
Likewise, I did not know that you could only cast one spell. Yeah. So I'm not casting Wind, and I am casting Misty Step, obviously.
Okay, no worries.
So he goes... casts his hands forward for this gust of wind. Nothing comes out. Gris just looks at him like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Psych!" and then he bumps invisibly out of the ring. That could have been a very different. If you'd had something to grapple in, then this could have been a very different session. All of a sudden,
a very different campaign.
Yeah, I was really thinking you were going to kind of try and run in and shield bash him, like, and halvor him to death. I'm like, oh my god, I don't even know what feats these guys have got.
In terms of flavour, yeah, but oh, thank you for reminding me that I forgot to put... I know what my feat is, but I've forgotten to put it in my character sheet. Although as cool as it sounded, I do not have shieldy stuff. Because later on I get class stuff that would have made it a wasted feat, basically.
Fair enough.
However, my attacks do apply Mind Spike, so where's he gone?
He's gone outside.
They don't really.
I know that they don't. The thing is, though, at this stage, you could all literally tell me whatever you wanted, and I'd be like, right, sure, yeah, okay. Then later I'm like, what the fuck is this business that they're talking about? So yeah, make sure if you're going to lie to me, update the actual feat, so that when I do check it later on, oh yeah, it does say that. And then I never go and double check it on D&D Beyond or anything. Okay. Well, I guess nobody else is in combat. But we will do a turn of everybody else if they want to do anything. I mean, you're only indifferent to the elf, so you've just seen all this happening with Gris and Thingy, but the elf and the gnome are kind of like, what? Huh?
I do drop calm emotions when I see that it didn't do jack shit.
Okay. And then...
He has taken it.
Oh.
I mean, I'd run to the window and see if I can see him anywhere, because I do have Misty Step of my own, so I could potentially...
As you get up and start running to the door...
I mean, to the window.
To the window, sorry.
He was looking through it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I can only assume.
You run to the window. The orc is like in the process of opening the door, and she opens the door as you're running, and then the elf just shouts, "They stole it! They stole it!" And like everybody's just kind of like looking around each other. This orc is just kind of like looking around. I'm gonna say, everybody, roll me initiative, everybody. Let's see what happens in what order.
Am I rolling another one, or is it a new encounter, or am I carrying mine on? How do you want to do that?
I would say we'll keep in the order. We'll keep in the order. So keep your initiative.
So you need to drag us all into the...
Oh yeah, okay. I will do that now, shall I? Shall I just do that now, guys? So we have you there. You there.
That spell was a reaction, by the way, so I know I've dropped it kind of out of turn, but it's just a reaction.
Okay. Stop moving around, now beds. I'm trying to select you all so I can add you. Okay, so I'll add you guys. You can start rolling.
Right.
And then we have... Can I rename them once they're on the thing?
Rename what? Oh, these.
No, I'm Triton now.
Update combatant, maybe? Oh, yeah, I can do it. Okay, so we'll go...
Oh, I also need to click that earlier just to use one of my die. In fact, why hasn't it used my die?
Oh.
That's
I am a Triton commoner.
Well, I will have dropped that down.
Oh, why have you all come up as different stuff? What is this? Hold on.
Agenman's character. It's obviously because I imagine they've created the actor in Foundry before they've either right-click imported the character they've made in their world, or they've made like a placeholder name for they started updating it. When you create the placeholder name, it calls the token the same thing. We see token names here in combat, and they haven't gone through and updated their token name when they finish making the character. So if they have that link token to NPC checkbox ticked that I told you about earlier, then you should never have to rename them again.
Okay. We will work that all out. Right, so I've renamed everybody. So Gris, Seeker, Torios, Eileen, and then let's... parrot. We have elf parrots. Okay, cool. Roll them.
Oh, 20.
Okie dokie.
I missed something. Where are we fighting the pirates?
Say again?
Where are we fighting the pirates?
You're not necessarily fighting the pirates, but one of the people that you just arrived with has just disappeared with something very, 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 very expensive. And...
Yeah, but they're still indifferent to us, the gnome and the elf.
Oh,
no.
I did drop it.
She's just dropped it.
Okay.
Like a fool.
Yeah.
No.
So, as she dropped it, and then Turios started running to the door as the orc has come through the door. Sorry, to the window.
So from the window to the wall. To the perspiration.
Yeah.
To where is our blue ball?
Okay. So, Gris.
I will look between the orc who has just come in and the elf who is shouting, and I will call He has cast a spell outside. Rally anyone you have. Come on, quickly. As my action, I would, if you will permit it, like to take a look at this. I want to try and size up this elf. Is he acting like he genuinely believes this has happened, or is this a bit of misdirection? There was eye contact. You described quite a bit of eye contact between Sir Frogcat and the elf before. I want to see if they're in collusion. Is this guy?
I will give you a free inception.
A free one?
A free. You know the word.
Waiting for that to be my action, but fair enough.
No, it's fine. This is kind of like as this was happening, because this is like over the course of 2 rounds. I guess that happened.
16.
16. Okay, I think you kind of gauge that it was not so much misdirection from the elf's point of view. It was Sribbits trying to distract everyone in the room for him to get attention. Like something was going to happen on his end whilst he disappeared.
Okay.
So he looks cross and he's drawing his weapon, and the orc has come in with a weapon. She has got already drawn a light. No, she got a long sword. There we go. So what do you want to do, Sir Garist?
You need to raise an alarm immediately. Come, let's get him back.
Roll me a persuasion check with disadvantage. It is clear, as you look around, that you have not captured the imaginations of the room. And this orc, as you kind of like speak out, Turlos has got up and, well, he was stood then, he's like started moving towards the window. She like kind of seen all the move around, but you shouting, you have now got the orc's attention. Is there anything that you are doing?
No, I think I will. I am attempting to appeal. I suppose I would not launch into attacking these people unless it's clear they want to give me a dicking. So so I will not strike first. I will step towards the still seated Eileen, putting myself kind of between her and the orc.
Okay, so you're kind of like, as this orc bursts in the room, you kind of like say your piece, looking around, nobody's taking your word, and you kind of like just take this like slow but meaningful step back, put yourself between the orc as Turles is kind of like, I guess you're on the edge looking at the window, ready to kind of like dash towards it, Turles. However, the orc pirate kind of and just jumps right at you. How can I? Oh yeah, hold on it there. Let's have. Oh, I have to target differently as a DM, don't I?
Yeah, remember me telling you it's awful as a DM. You've got to right click me and then press the little target.
That's fine.
I love it as a player. Just done.
Click. Okay, so she comes running in, kind of like flexing, and already the longsword is drawn high. It's coming down for a big heavy swing on Sir Gris. That is a hit. She's only using it one-handed. Did my roll come up for you guys? You can all see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
All my rolls will always be out in the open. If you get hit, you get hit. That is just the way it goes down. So she's just one-handed because she was opening the door. Because I know it's versatile, but one-handed is just coming over.
And as it comes down and strikes at me, a shimmer of the same... Oh god, you got on a very slow timer before it auto rolls, haven't you? A very faint shimmer of the same blue-grey energy coalesces out from me. Whee. Exactly the point where the sword hits. Oh, that's poor. Reducing the damage by a mere 3 as I use my protective field, which reduces it by my psionic dice, which is currently 1d6, plus my intelligence modifier, which is 2. But I rolled shite.
You could say whatever you want. I just have no idea what you're just talking shit now. Ridiculous. So this kind of like shimmer happens, and she kind of like steps back, and then she goes into 2 hands, like is preparing to take another strike. But it is not her. The elf pirate starts bolting across the room, and he is up onto the table, and he's gonna instantly. He's gonna draw. He didn't have his weapon drawn, so he's moving, and he kind of like jumps up onto the table, and for his action, he's going to draw his own longsword from the sheath above a seated seeker who's on the floor, and he's looking down as he kind of like draws up, ready to take the swing.
Whoa, okay.
But it is Seeker's turn. What do you wish to do,
down,
Seeker?
I'm gonna look at him. I'm like surprised, and I'm thinking that it would be it's gonna be too late to get my weapon, so I'm just gonna look at him and mumble something and cast what it's called. Where's my spells? It's here. I'm gonna cast Hit Metal on him. You must target a token before. Which token is attacking me? It's this one, I think. Which one is the elf?
The elf. If you hover over them, is it showing their names?
No.
Just showing pirate. Okay.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't show me. I just see they have the same image, so I don't know. Maybe
bear with me. Oh, I really need to turn that thing off where it's moving.
How
do I turn it off?
I'm going to stick it in a foundry to do channel, don't worry. Yeah, straight away, I was like, fuck hell. Because we had it in our campaign, didn't we? We were at a pan across the whole map to just BRB from Cora.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Orc at the top, Elf in the middle, Gnome on the bottom.
So they say you must target a character, but I'm trying to target him by clicking on the token. It doesn't work. Is there a
double right click on him?
Found it. Thank you. So, spell. I'm gonna cast Hit Metal on his sword.
Okay, are you standing up or are you doing it from your chair?
I'm still seated. I'm just doing it. Then I will get up and try to get out of the way.
Sure.
There you go. So I make a 16.
Okay.
Or 9? What? It was 16 on my dice.
So you can see that you cause the object to glow red hot. Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell. Until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on your subsequent turns to cast this damage again. If a creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop
my
the
roll
object... say again?
My roll wasn't to the 8. When I clicked on the spell, it made 1d20 plus 4 plus 2, whatever that is. So I need to remake the roll, right? To the 8?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's an actual roll. I think it is just it makes it casts damage. So just you can right click the dice at the bottom or just type /R space 2d8.
Okay, 2d8. Got it. Work? Yeah, it worked. 6.
Okay.
Do I need to add my spellcasting modifier or something to that, or is it just this?
I think it's no. It would say 2d8 plus whatever.
Okay. Okay. I'm just asking. All right. So does that, and then he might drop his weapon the next time, right?
I will check on his turn, I guess.
Yeah. This is concentration, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang on. Then I'm gonna get up. Oh, can I get up, or is it that's an act?
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna get up and try to get near to Gris. I'm gonna go back near to Gris.
Oh, Gris is right next to you. So Gris is literally like stood behind you over your shoulder because he's gone between Eileen. So you've kind of.
So I'm just gonna hide behind him like a coward.
Okay. So Gris, you now have angry orc in front of you, hangry elf and gnome on the table behind you.
Wait, hang on. If a creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, so it worked, right?
Must probably do it straight away, just so that you know happens. So I'll make the Constitution check now. I think. 1 second.
And it has disadvantages on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my turn.
Okay. Bear with me. So, elf. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
And what is your DC? Oh no, is it against the damage?
Oh, what? I don't know.
The creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. Is it just a standard DC 10 then? I think. Oh no, if it's a spell,
It's a saving throw.
I think it's just a DC 10 standard saving throw into it. Yeah, it's not against against your DC.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because
it's against the DC of the caster.
I don't think it's against the DC of the damage. It's not against the DC of the caster because they're not inflicting it on you as the person. You're inflicting it onto the weapon. So it would be.
That is my understanding of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you're casting at somebody, then the DC is normally against the caster's DC, but because the damage is on the weapon.
It's basically creating ongoing environmental damage, isn't it? Which is just maintained by the caster's concentration. At least that's how I've always thought heat metal worked.
Yeah.
Not following.
We'll
talk about it after.
Yeah.
I'll add it to the list.
Yeah.
One more to the list.
Well, needless to say, he drops his sword. So as he kind of like jumps up, Seeker can instantly just kind of like holds her hands up, kind of like casts a little flourish. Yeah, you still need to do the somatic, I guess. But I guess you've got one hand on your hilt as you're kind of casting it, and then it just suddenly just kind of like glows red, then straight to white hot, and like and the just like clatters to the floor and like instantly like singes the table and kind of clatters onto the floor on his side. And then Seeker backs up, and just kind of looking pinned between the orc and the elf on each side. Are you doing anything else, Seeker?
No, I'm just gonna hide behind Grace and that's it.
There's nowhere to hide behind her. She's kind of like at his side because behind her is Eileen. But yeah, so you're all kind of like huddled in the middle. Trilos, what are you doing?
Okay, I will try to get to the window if my way is not blocked.
Yeah, no, your way's fine. You can go straight there.
Okay. So I want to look out and see if I can see the thief.
You have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, roll me just a perception check, please.
Sure.
Oh, he's 61 feet away.
Not great.
Not great. As you look out and you're casting a glance around, you see movement in two places. You see it across the courtyard, and you see it off from where you are looking through the window, off to the right as well. You see like a little bit of movement in the shadows in both, like kind of catching off the little bit of moonlight that's coming through. And as you look through, you also kind of see the first as the rain just starts to speckle.
Okay. Great.
So perception check was your action. Do you want to use your bonus action?
No. I think I won't leave then. No, then I only say that the thief is running away. He has fooled us all. Stop it at once. I will end my turn there.
Okay. Then I will take that as fluff and take it to be meaningful. So far, none of you have necessarily acted overly aggressive, but we'll see. Still the gnome pirate's turn. The gnome pirate, kind of like seeing this happen, seeing Seeker kind of like nearly set this sword on fire, he kind of like hops backwards off the chair and just runs over to the door, and he's kind of like jiggling it open and kind of like cracks it open, and just in the doorway just shouts as loud as he can, "We need help! We need help! They're trying to rob us!"
Low-int pirates. Jesus.
Isn't that already done? Stupid.
They're trying to rob the robbers.
No.
Hey? This is all happening in the space of like what, 6 seconds? 6 seconds is it? 6 seconds. So we're at about a minute. All this is happening. That is Sir Ribbit's turn. Is Sir Ribbit showing in the combat tracker?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sir Ribbit
Isn't he outside, you said?
Yeah. Sir Ribbit takes his turn. Eileen.
He's misty. He's just hopping like a rabbit, like a magic frog.
Eileen, you are sat down. You just seen Seeker bolt back. You've got Gris at your back. Angry Elf on top. The gnome has just started shouting in the doorway. What do you want to do?
Are the lot of you going to waste time with us and not going to go after the thief? He's going to make his might over at the yard. I'm going to give him directions about the shady figure that I saw while we were passing.
Okay.
Oh.
Don't be my guest.
I'd forgotten already.
Don't be my guest. Keep us here while you're going to lose your treasure and we're going to lose our earthly possessions.
Okay. So the gnome is kind of shouted and then kind of looks over to you. Looks over to Tereos, looking at Seeker. He's kind of like looking around. I'm going to let him roll. Low-int pirates. I'm going to let him roll an intelligence check.
We're doomed.
Yeah, an insight check.
He's gonna roll
A moment of clarity, and Zen washes over him.
I am very, very sorry. Can I add one more thing?
Oh, actually, are you actually casting anything, or are you just speaking? Because if you want to roll a persuasion check, then you can do that instead. And I will put it against his intelligence, which is a DC 11. So his intelligence is 11. So you need to beat a DC 11 with your persuasion check, because everybody's trying to not fight. So I appreciate that that's what you guys are doing. So I'm not trying to go, no, we will fight. It's like, but at the moment, it's not been working out with your persuasion checks. But for this guy, everything's going on. He's kind of like stopped. DC 11.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm gonna take this, but I do want to say that I was planning on pulling out some tea supplies and offering to make teas for everybody.
Uncle Iro over here.
I think it would be treated somewhat peculiarly as people are trying to stove your head. He's like, please, tea, everybody. Go on. Go on. Go on.
It needs time to steep.
Go on. Do you get it? Do you get it? Oh, man.
I got go one. Don't worry.
Nobody else got it. We'll have to show a link later. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He is...
Can't I have been stood behind nodding sassily to us?
do you know what, actually?
I used my my action already, haven't I?
Yeah, you've used your action, and even though Trelios tried to kind of use it as an emphasis... Actually, did you use an action, Trelios?
I mean, you said that my perception.
Oh, you did your perception check. You did use a perception check. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think it's clear to say that they're not convinced. That all they are thinking is that this is a big ruse. That them not fighting through you is just you trying to buy time. Okay, they're not buying what you're selling, guys. You've tried. You failed multiple rolls. They think you are part of this facade, and so they don't seem to be backing down, Gris.
I will roll my shoulder, give a resigned sigh, and don't kill anyone. I'm going to step forward to the orc. Wait, where are we? Let's have a look. Oh, right, we don't have mouse over, so which one? Oh, if I mouse over, it lights up on the in the combat tracker. So yeah, I will loudly, and I'll give the gnome a pointed look before I sort of say to my companions, "Don't kill anyone. Let's just get out of here and try to resolve this afterwards." I'm just going to step to the orc and attack. A wide miss.
It's a beautiful start for us.
What, other than the light spell that that your boy was using, what's illuminating this room?
I'm going to say there's. I mean, he said that he went over to a lamp in the room. So there's like an oil lamp on the wall. So I'll say there's one like kind of large, it's a lamp that's standard size, too big to fit on a belt. So it's a standard size lamp. Okay.
Not sure if it's one you'll talk through later. Are you happy for me to consistently be using my lantern in the way I did before, or was that because it was a cool moment and you want to chat it through properly about how often or where that needs to be for me to keep popping it off, basically, so I know whether I'm popping that off again now?
I don't think it's something that you should be able to keep switching off your belt, hitting it, putting it back on your belt, switching off your belt, using it, switching off your belt.
I don't.
Well, not hitting with it, but
I don't have to be taking it off. Sorry, it's verbal. With a verbal command and a bonus action,
of course it is.
Yeah. I'm not bloody juggling the equipment. Absolutely not.
Then I would say, because it's a directed beam, yeah.
When I say the word scorch, a fiery beam searches from the lamp at a creature of your choice that you can see within 60 feet of the lantern.
Okay, so it's not necessarily like in a straight line. It just
all I have to do is say the word scorch, and it just does it.
Okay. Yeah, then I will.
Do you remember me saying, "Are you sure about this item?"
Yeah, because I had it in my head that you would have to be wielding it.
No, baby. I could put it down on the table.
Well, sorry. More, I thought that you would not be wearing it on your belt. So probably for this scene, we'll let it play out. But I think it's going to suddenly lose the hook that hooks it to your belt. I think.
with the last strike of this combat, it just gives.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Otherwise, it then does become far too powerful an item.
Okay, cool. In that case, for the sake of this combat, can Orc Woman make a DC 18 dex save?
No, she can't. She can't do it. She's just not going to do it.
Nat 20 coming now. Nat 20 coming. Nice.
No.
Okay. She takes 7 fire damage.
Okay.
Nice.
The way I'm doing this, that is not being applied automatically like in my excellent campaign. You'll have to do it manually.
Sure. The flames just suddenly engulf her out of nowhere, and it kind of licks up, and you can see as it happens, she had her arms up in the air ready to make another strike, and she her chin raises and she's trying to almost breathe over the top of the fire. The fire just kind of takes it out of her, and that hurt her in a big way.
I use it twice because I forgot to use a use of it before.
Okay. How many uses did it have?
6 a day, and it gets them all back.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
It's beautiful.
Is there anything else you are doing?
I will just sort of shout out, sort of in her face. Stand down! We don't want to put you down. We want to work with you to resolve this. We have been made fools of as well.
Okay. I'm fine with people making persuasion checks. However,
I just hit her.
Sure.
And burned her.
It's more of a case of you're not rolling a persuasion check after you've taken the action. So if somebody else wants to make a persuasion check off the back of what you've done, then that's a different matter. But as it stands, it is now the Orc Pirate's turn. Seeker, you will be up in a moment. So just kind of this fire licks off her body, and she is eyes wide, backs away to the door leading outside. She moves out of your range if you wish to attack of opportunity her.
I will make
Stand down! LOL!
No, because I want to knock her down. I want to put them down. This is non-lethal. Well,
Sure.
You're much more on the unconscious train than me, aren't you? I'm like, they're dead. Everyone's dead.
Yeah, it depends what you use. I mean, with a weapon, you can go for it. You're not burning her unconscious, obviously.
No.
Okay.
I'm tacking them. What? What's tacking?
I was thinking tackling, but I don't know how to.
Oh, yeah. I tried to sweep the leg. Another 7.
As she starts backing up, and she's kind of like this resignation in her face, you just take this quick step forward and just body blow straight into her chest, and you hear a crunch of bone as she just keels over to one side, just knocks the breath out of her, and just and she's out. She's out on the floor, not unconscious. She's kind of like immobile and not doing very much at all. It's like like a spit, bit of blood.
Okay. I just make a point to quickly lower my drop the weapon down to sort of hip side. I'm not making it clear I'm not going in to finish her off.
Sure. Elf Pirate sees this happen, sees her getting bodied, has no weapon, just jumps backwards off the table and starts making towards the door, kind of like grabbing the gnome with him, and goes to the door and just slams it shut. Seeker. There's still a lot of shouting going from underneath, and so much so I completely forgot.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, run, and I'm just gonna go near the little orc that's on the floor, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to heal her. Actually,
The orc.
yeah.
Okay.
So how do I use my spell? Let me see. Spellbook. No, I just have to go here in spells.
Totally forgot I had combat music. Just still some.
Oh, you must target. Alright, target. Come on. Else. Anywhere. Alright. It doesn't show how much. I have to click healing, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. What, 7?
Who did you do that to?
To the orc.
Oh, so he wasn't targeting. Were you targeting them when you did it? Oh yeah, you are.
I'm targeting.
Oh yeah, okay. Why's the other pirate got 0 health? What's going on with that?
And then I'm gonna look at her, help her get up, and say, "Listen, we don't have time for this. I want to go grab the blue shiny that's away. Tell your friends to stand down." That's my action.
Okay.
Do I need to roll something? Or
no, I mean you've kind of like healed her. She's kind of like leaning on the wall. Sees that her friends have kind of like scarpered, left her for dead. I say friends, ugh, and just looks at you and then nods. If that is your go.
Yeah, that's it.
Chulios.
Well,
so you're at the window, the door's open, you hear footsteps coming up it.
Okay, everything that's happened. Was I able, because I've been standing at the window all this time, would I be able to see if any of the shapes that I've been seeing has moved away from us or disappeared suddenly?
So trying to keep an eye on both of them with the low roll that you had. It's hard to kind of catch everything. The rain's going, but you can't see them now. But you would require another perception check to see whether they're still there. Obviously, it's not carrying over to the next round. This was kind of like you were watching them and you saw a bit of movement and.
Yeah, sure. So I'm vaguely aware that the imminent danger is gone, since. Yeah, I would just focus on gauging the vicinity and like see if anyone's coming our way or if anyone's running away or if there are any screams from.
So you're looking at the window, did you say? Through the window?
Yeah,
or?
basically, yeah, I'm trying to gauge the situation.
Okay,
outside.
you can hear, this is it, you can just hear footsteps coming upstairs. But you knew that there were another 2 people that were outside when you approached, and from what you could see, there was no way into this back courtyard from downstairs. So if anyone's coming up right now, it's just 2 people as far as you're aware.
Okay. And do I roll anything or like?
You want to do? What do you want to do? You want I mean, you can. I mean, you can hear them. I already narrated that you could hear people coming up.
Yeah, that one, sure. But do I see anyone moving outside, like in the distance or something? Like
okay. Sure. Roll me. Roll me another perception check then. Like from where you are, passively, you can't see anything down there. A good look around, you don't see any movement at the 2 spots that you saw. So it's either still or gone.
Sure, I will leave the window then. It doesn't seem to... it does not seem to bring answers. And I will just try to position myself so that my more defensive colleagues are in front of me.
Your more defensive colleague.
Yeah.
Okay. Gnome pirate is gone. Yeah. So Ribbit disappeared for now. Eileen, will do your turn. You hear the footsteps coming up the stairs. You hear footsteps through the doorway of where the elf and the gnome were. They're kind of like going off somewhere. There's still noise coming from below you. Like it sounds like an active tavern below. Basically, I don't want to be the first one on my way of anyone who busts through the door. Yeah, the way I see it is basically you've got the table behind, and then you've kind of like gone along the wall edge, and you've just got Gris between everybody and the open door at the moment. And actually no, Seeker is next to the window because that's where the orc fell. So she's kind of like with the orc, who's stood up. So Seeker's closest to the door at the moment.
Okay.
Eileen.
So the orc is up, conscious.
She's up on her feet. Yes, Seeker healed her and then brought her and stood up and said, "Tell your people to let us go. I want to get my blue shiny." And she kind of and she nodded.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be looking right now at her while still pulling up a couple of tea supplies. If I die, I die. And I am going to say to her, "Look, lass, you're either going to waste time with us over here, or you're going to find the real one who wants to take your shiny away. God knows we weren't even supposed to be here. We're here for a whole other contract. So take your pick."
She's kind of like looking. She's like, "Well, you didn't kill me, so that's something. But if you're gonna go for him, maybe pass on the tea. Maybe don't have time for that."
You don't know what you're missing, lass. This is good tea. It will be good for you. But if you so insist, I'll just keep Alberry here for another occasion.
You kind of like you're like kind of half taking them out, and she's like, "Fine." You kind of like slowly putting them back in, and then as you kind of say, these two, the 2 other pirates that were down below, kind of like reached up and kind of like burst in, weapons already drawn. Look at the scene, like 2 of the people are missing. The orc is hurt. Seeker stood next to her, and the orc just shakes his head. It's like, "Leave them. Don't know if I believe them yet, but that's not our decision to make. No point fighting. Just 2 of us. Let the boss decide whether we go after him or not." And then she kind of looks at you, and the 2 guards at the door step away, and she says,
He's gonna come looking for you. So I suggest that you find that bauble before he finds you.
I have a question.
Hmm.
So now that I've had contact with the object, I can use my magic item to cast locate object. Would that work?
It would, yeah.
Nice.
So I'm
good thinking.
Take out my little compass and cast the spell and tell them that I know where it is and that we should hurry. But how does it work exactly? Like, will the is there a limit where the object can be, or can it be hidden from me or something? I don't know.
So it can be hidden. There are many ways to hide a magic object, but currently it is not. So you get the sense of the direction. I think it's just a sense of the direction. You don't necessarily know how far away it is a locate object, do you? I'll have to check.
From the ridiculous game of Sonar we played at the Bones of St. Andrel, I know that you are correct.
So, locate object. Describe or name the object familiar to you. Fine, no problem. You sense the direction to the object's location as long as the object is within 1,000 feet of you, which, as you can detect it currently still is. If the object is in motion, which it is, you know the direction of its movement. And you kind of sense that if you're looking at the window, it's off to your right somewhere. So where you saw the two figures, Trilos, there was a figure across the way, and there was a figure to the right. It would suggest that the figure to the right is what currently has the Netherese orb. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close, within 30 feet at least once. Alternatively, a spell can locate The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
Hey.
So
yeah, let's go. You know where it is. Hurry up.
So the two guards kind of step to one side. Eileen's slowly packing away the rest of her things, kind of like speeding away, putting a little, muttering to herself. She's looking forward to a bit of cup of tea with all these stressful events. And Trilos is already kind of at the door, looking over in the direction of the rooftops. This is in a courtyard, and to the roof, to the direction it's pointing, it's literally up and over the roofs is where it's going. So he's obviously managed to disappear from this location and appear on the rooftops. But you know roughly where he is. What do you wish to do, group?
Looking to the person who has the means of tracking this, I will defer to them.
Seeker, the item, is it the item that shows... The item doesn't show where the object is. It just allows you to cast locate object, yeah? So you now inherently know the direction, yeah?
No, I think I need to look at the... They say that the
compass guides you towards where the item is?
Yeah, like the needle of the compass shows me.
Okay, cool. So then...
Isn't that just your own flavor? I never knew that. That's cool.
It has a duration of 1 hour. It does not require concentration and causes the smaller needle to indicate the direction of the object located by the spell. If it can't detect the item specifically by this specified by the spell, it remains motionless.
Okay, then that is fine. So you don't have to keep it out all the time. You can keep checking it to get the rough direction.
Okay.
But yeah, so that is the thing with this. Unlike normal locate object, this isn't a concentration spell, so you can do other stuff with it, and this lasts an hour as opposed to 10 minutes.
I didn't even say it was an item. I was thinking, Jesus Christ, I don't remember this. Compass. We've been using this so wrong in our company.
Yeah, this is
cool.
His compass item that that she has got.
Where did you? What was the source of this item?
I tend to get lost a lot, so I use this often.
Yeah, it may or may not have come from the Griffin saddlebag.
Oh,
yeah, no, only the items. I don't use Griffin saddlebag.
Drops it and stamps on it.
conflict of interest if I use that again.
Yeah. Okay, so are you all heading outside?
Totally, yeah.
Okay,
DM, I am obviously happy to go forever and ever. I'll be planning to take some quick 5-10 minute comfort break if we're going longer than our usual sessions. We can't all and be on microphone at the same time.
Sure, if everybody wants to take a 5-minute break, as it is now 5 to the hour of 10. It depends whether people want to carry on, or it's up to you guys. I'm fine carrying on.
Take a bathroom break.
Say again?
I would like to take a bathroom break, please.
Okay.
Short break as well. Thank you.
Okay. Is everybody wanting to try and gear it for another hour, and then we'll call it, or are we going to see where we're at in another hour?
See where we're at in another hour, boy.
I don't want anybody feeling the peer pressure of having to stick around.
I've already made it clear to everyone that I am very respectful of early bedtimes. I'm just always going to be like, yeah, I can be tired tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah. So
I can make it.
you can make it. Okay. Then everybody go take 5 minutes. Go get a drink. Go to the bathroom.
So all the cool people can play later. What about you, Deck? What are you going to do? Are you going to be one of the cool people?
Yeah, I am. I'm basically of the same persuasion as you.
I'm off for a poo. I'll see you in 2.
See you in 2. It's going for number 1.
I've seen sleepless nights, Harrison. I've seen sleepless nights.
Nice. Well, let's see if we all have sleepless early mornings when we're still playing. Right, I'm going to go and have a wee. I'm going to go and get a drink, and we'll be back in 5.
So Gris Auvent, back online.
Lena as well.
The DM will be the most away.
Is that Mr. Deck?
Yeah.
That was that fish. Was that fish sound?
Welcome back, everyone. It does amuse me a bit how we're positioned around the map. It makes me feel like everybody's in a different part of
Around the city, yeah, absolutely. Gotta say, Aggie, you're doing really, really well so far. I'm really,
thank you.
I'm really enjoying Seeker.
Thank you. Trying my best.
No, it's good.
Compliments to you.
I'm so glad that Sir Ribbits is a baddie because I couldn't have taken a friend like that seriously in the long term.
He's actually the big bad guy in the campaign, so you will have to get used to it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
100 sessions from now, Sir Ribbits.
Sir Ribbits, the world breaker. The Neferil Scion, Sir Ribbitos.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
His name is Sribbit Purview, but what you didn't know is his middle name is Spell Plague.
Right.
I don't know. I seem to be in the perfect getup for the plague.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're ready. You have the gear.
I came prepared.
Back.
Welcome back.
You are always betrayed by the little click that I recognise.
Okay. We all back?
Yeah, just been waiting on this bloody DM.
God. What a loser. Okay.
Oh, there's initiative on my new sheet.
Come again?
The old version of Tidy Sheet didn't have initiative on, so before I rolled my initiative from the combat tracker, but I've just noticed that on the new version of 5e Tidy Sheets, it is just next to your AC shield.
Ah, that.
So, has nothing happened outside, and you've managed to calm combat? You can all see yes?
Nope, because we have no tokens on this map.
Then why didn't you say something? Why do you have to be smart about it?
Because we've been on it like 5 seconds.
Unbelievable.
You all know, the players all know that if I gone, we can't say anything, you'd have gone, hang on a fucking second. If you just wait, I'll put it on.
You're just the worst person.
I'm so sorry for getting you into this one.
I was just waiting for that.
No,
So I have to keep a map open, I guess, for you to stay in the combat tracker anyway, right?
No. So when you make
but
this...
the combat tracker is cleared, so...
Oh, what, you want to contest what we'd end the combat?
Yeah, we have, but just turn-based to just convenient, but it don't matter for now. Okay, so... No combat happened out here. I feel like I need to shrink all the tokens down because I hate them filling a full grid.
Oh god, this is hideous.
So I usually always scale them at 0.9.
Yeah.
Make them tidy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is this a city modular map pack by the Mad Cartographer?
Oh,
it's actually not one of the modular ones by the Mad Cartographer, no, but it is one of the standard scenes that comes with his Urban Exteriors map pack.
Amazing.
The true reason for this campaign is now revealed.
So I can promote my maps and Griffin's saddlebags items. So this.
Need out?
Oh, nice. Leaving all these coins out.
So this was the upstairs room where you just come out of, and so the window was kind of around about here. You're all moving your things around, but Aggie, can you see Seeker where I'm moving back and forth my cursor? Everybody else is flying around like madness.
Your cursor isn't set to show.
Oh, okay.
You can click and
That's
hold to ping,
not necessarily a bad thing. Oh yeah, okay. So how do I ping?
Click and hold.
Left click and hold. Okay. Yes. Cool. So you're looking out that window, which means that he had gone off in this direction, so he had bamfed through the window. Turlios, you saw movement on this roof as well. So
just to confirm, sorry, you're saying we were in here,
yes,
and he bamfed out in that direction.
He went through the window.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So you know that the item is going that way, and there was movement this way as well.
Okay, let me just tab to my Patreon. Right, okay, so I can see we need to head this way.
Oh.
Meta.
I mean, this was literally just to show you what the exterior was like.
Yeah.
You will not be on this map because he is moving.
Well, yeah.
Away from you.
Surely he's moving at least movement and Misty Step every turn. So we obviously, we should go into 4 groups of 1.
But we only have 1-1.
I was gonna make that. So what do we do? I think he went this way, guys. How do they think this way on the roof?
Well,
Can we see an obvious way to reach the roof?
follow him then.
So there's plenty of kind of like crates, and like I said, the general look of Luskan, it's lots of like cranes and ropes and stuff hanging down. So getting up on top of the roofs is not necessarily a problem in and of itself. However, as mentioned, and just to highlight, it is currently raining.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem.
No?
Not for your man there. He's like, whee!
It's a fish. So I'm gonna get up here if I can. Right? Get up here.
Okay, we don't need to move any tokens around, so don't worry too much about this map. Just tell me what it is. What are you going to start doing? Are you all going straight up onto the rooftops?
Yeah.
Do your thing, Seeker. Start seeking.
I'm just looking at my compass and just going. I don't care what's happening behind me. I'm just like, I just want my blue shiny, so I'm just looking at the compass, running, looking at the compass, running.
Okay. So the rain is starting to come down pretty heavy now, so it's kind of like wiping your hair out of your face, wiping the raindrops off the compass, and giving a glance in the dark. You're tiefling. You've got dark vision anyway. So yeah. So right now, looking around is just a spectrum of greys for you and Tyrolos. Gris and Eileen, I don't believe, have dark vision.
No, but I will be stowing my shield on my back, holding my lantern of obedient flame, and I will call out, "Shine!" Which makes the magical, once I'm attuned to it, the flame grow in intensity. It is now 60 feet bright and a further 60 dim.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
So you are literally lighting up the entire map. You are.
Yeah, Gondor calls for aid when I say the word shine.
Are you stowing it back onto your pack or anything?
I'm not going to take the piss with this, so I'm going to hold it. My shield is on my back for now. I'm holding this lantern.
Where is your weapon?
Still in my other hand.
Okay, so are you opting to try and climb up here with a weapon in one hand and a lamp in the other?
From what Seeker was just saying, it didn't sound like Seeker was heading the roof way. You just follow it. Are you following on the floor? If you're on the pavement level, Seeker, the way you described, you say you're just looking at the compass and running along. I really thought that sounded like you were just following the roads and the streets.
Are you trying to go as the crow flies in a direct beeline following the point, or are you trying to navigate your way through the streets?
I suppose that's the Seeker, isn't it? Because Seeker's the Bloodhound, yeah?
Oh, I don't know. No, I just stay on the roof so I have a better vision. Can I just stay on the roof? Is there
Okay, so you're right.
Okay, yeah, in that case then, yes, I will not have my weapon out.
Okay, so Seeker's climbing up, right. So anybody that's climbing up on roof, can you all make me an athletics check? And for now, I'm going to say there's some crates and stuff around. I'm going to call it just a DC 10 athletics check. It's not with disadvantage yet, even though the rain is you can already feel that it's starting to make things a little bit slippier. But for now...
Hang on. Isn't there something called acrobatics usually for Dex?
Athletics is climbing, acrobatics is kind of like balancing and going across narrow ledges. Don't worry, you'll be doing some acrobatics as well as you go across the roof. Don't worry.
And I can't climb.
Well, that's why it's a DC 10, so you're going up an easy route. If you can't climb, then climbing up on rooftops is an interesting shout. Okay, so what have we got?
I mean, I can jump and be nimble, but I cannot climb because I have -2 in strength, remember?
Yeah, that's not my fault. You chose it. You're like, I can't climb, so what are you going to do? I'm going to climb on that roof? Okay, well, then you... That's what
I mean, it's stupid that I can't climb if I'm... You know, like ninjas, they're not strong, but they're agile, so they can climb, you know what I mean? It's like...
Can I help her? Can't I help her up?
Right, so a fail isn't...
One of the last ones up.
So... It's kind of going more skill challenging now. So a fail is not going to be like, okay, Seeker, keep rolling it. You've fallen, you've died. There are other mitigating factors that will come into play. But I think, you know, with the group average, yeah, you manage to kind of like get behind Seeker. You see that she's struggling and she's trying to get up, and you kind of like get behind and give her a bit of purchase and a bit of a leg up and push her up onto the roof, and the rest of you then kind of make suit.
I will unfurl my dragon wings and fly down
up
and carry her. Yeah.
What? Dragon wings?
Are you going to carry her in your mouth? Just a humanoid with a dragon head, like the size of a dragon, just fucking wobbling about. It's like you put a cheat code in an old PlayStation game where you've got a big bobblehead mode.
A golden eye, big head.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so you start scrambling up onto the roof, and you can feel that the blue shiny is moving ever away from you, and it's like almost at the edge of you being able to detect it. If you fall behind too much, you're going to go out of range from it. You can tell, so it's like it is of the essence. So straight away, you start kind of you get on top of the roof. A little jump onto the adjacent roof, and you guys are bolting. You're well, I don't know how fast. Are you moving fast across the roof, or are you moving slow and steady? Fast across the roof.
You know, like not. I'm not just walking, but I'm not like sprinting because obviously it's raining. So I'm just like I'm trying to go as fast as I can while being careful.
All right, David Harrison. I'm going fast. I'm going as fast as I can, so I'm going fast, but I'm going carefully slow.
David was a stealthy sprint, wasn't it? He said, "I'm going for
stealthy sprint." Yeah, I'm going to sprint stealthily. Like I think you'll find you're not. You're either going stealthily and slow and careful, or you're going fast and a little reckless in the rain on the roof. Depends what you want to do.
Time is of the essence in my mind.
Yeah, okay, then I'm going fast then.
Yeah, I will keep pace. Well, attempt to keep pace with Seeker, who is leading the way. Yeah.
Okay then. As Seeker is leading the way, she is going to roll first on the checks, and her result is going to define the DC for the rest of you.
Do we have music, by the way?
Music should be playing. Is it not playing for you?
It is playing for me.
It is rather lovely.
Yeah, it's very faint for me under like ambient town noise. Wasn't sure if it was any. I've not got like Mona Lisa overdrive for our chase scene.
Can I Can I turn the? I can't turn the entire playlist up though, can I? I can only do individual things. 1 second.
No. If you use the global volume controls at the top, it'll change all of it for everyone. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, but some people have turned them down a little bit, so I'm going to turn them all up a little bit, and then you can all bounce them a little bit at your end. There you go.
Now we're good.
Much better, thank you.
Okay. But now the music's so loud, can't really hear the rain, but that's fine. You know it's raining. And
I feel like Jack Sparrow with this music.
Oh.
You feel like what?
Like Jack Sparrow.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this will help at all, but I do have Shape Water cantrip, which is just somatic, so I can do it basically by flinging my arms around.
We can all do that, flinging our arms around.
Away, rain! Away!
Okay.
I don't mean the rain. I mean more the moisture that is already on the ground and is or on the roof in this case. So like just to make sort of a path that is more dry than the rest.
How long does it last, Shape Water?
It doesn't last. It's just an instantaneous effect in this case.
Okay.
You instantaneously move or otherwise change the flow of the water as you direct up to 5 feet in any direction.
Okay, cool. So, okay, I'll keep it in mind with stuff, but in general, you've got Torios that's kind of like running behind, just kind of like just pushing his hands out, and like the water's just kind of like skimming out of the way, like kind of like carving this little air tunnel between the rain a little bit. There's still water, you know. It's like not like perfectly dry.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it to clear away completely.
Yeah, in a wind tunnel. But yeah, so it's kind of like he's just.
I'm imagining like doing the curling sort of gesture as we run along.
Yeah, so you're not going dead fast. Yeah. So you're just like water bending. It's just like just this little curtain of rain that can like just keeps parting as Seeker is running her little heart out. And you are making decent way across the rooftops. It's pretty dark. I mean, up here, there's no streetlights up here, so your footing is difficult for those of you that can't. Oh no, we've got super light going on at the moment, so you can see everything. You're waking up the city as you're bounding from building to building. And there's absolutely no sight of any figures on the roof or anything like that. And you keep bouncing around. You're staying on the roof, and you come to a point where it's at the edge of where the alleyway was, where you came in. There's like the big thoroughfare that goes into the street, and then the rooftops carry on the other side. You can't gauge whether the blue shiny is still on the roof or if it's on the floor level. It's just like kind of like a general direction of where you're getting, but you've got the street width, like a much wider street here. There are kind of like beams and stuff that branch across, like cranes where people have been lifting and moving cargo and crates into wagons and thingy. So you have the option of climbing down and going on the streets by foot through the streets, or you can carry on the top and navigate across the beams if you wish. And you are around about 30 feet high. What do you want to do, Seeker?
I stay on the roofs. I said.
Okay, Seeker confident with Seeker confident with her acrobatics. Okay. Seeker, can you make me a DC 12 acrobatics check, please? Seeker, just Seeker for now.
No, I can't. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So then everybody else.
Oh, she can. Yes, she can.
She can and she will. So that was a plus 11.
I will make some tips and stuff.
Nice. Okay, so the rest of you kind of like going a little bit maybe less sure and steady, whereas Seeker's just kind of like bouncing from one to the other. Kind of like, you know, as she's running, like wipes the hair out of her face, and Turos is trying to keep up behind. There's like a little bit of a stall, you know, because he's not like overly confident on his feet as it is anyway. So this kind of whole balancing act across the street, he kind of pauses for a minute and kind of pushes out, clears the way so it's not as wet, and Seeker's just going for a little bit of a smile on her face at the chase. For the rest of you, you kind of like pause for a second, see where she's dodging from one to the next. So for the rest of you, it is a DC 12, a DC 8 acrobatics check if you wish to balance your way across these two beams to reach the other side.
get up.
I didn't get that last sentence. Sorry.
You don't have to make it. It's okay. Oh, look at that.
You are rolling ridiculous nat 20s. Is that your fourth one?
It's the third one.
Third one. Disgusting woman.
This is it. This is the amount of luck I'm ever going to get in this entire campaign. I just know it.
Okay, so as you are, you're bolting across the rooftops, no problem. Very slippy in places now. The rain is coming down heavier and heavier. Like even like as you kind of like leap over other alleyways and byways and navigating your way across the rooftops. People have just cleared the streets now. The streets are completely empty. You know, the few people that were even out this late, they've already gone ducking for shelter at this point now. So the city is yours. Up here, there's nobody else. And you've got like quite an open view across the city top in places with these larger buildings standing up that just kind of like silhouette to the cloudy night sky. As you are running, you're navigating, you're following this route as best as you can. You get to a point where it comes to a kind of like an open, I suppose, like an open warehouse storage area. There's like a cart that's been half loaded, like pitch black in there, and it's just an open area. You can choose to go straight through the courtyard. There's like some lower roofs that will go down, or you can try and make a big jump between the buildings and kind of like circle around it a little bit.
Well,
whatever. I jump.
okay,
You gonna make the big jump?
If I see that Secret wants to jump, I will use my innate spellcasting and I will cast Gust of Wind and try to position it so that we can use its force to propel ourselves.
And I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration on myself. I'm gonna like, you can do it, and I just run and jump and let out a big scream, right?
Okay, this is a big jump. This is gonna be a DC 15 athletics.
Oh, not acrobatics, man! I hate you. Okay,
it's a jump. Yeah, jumping is.
Gust of Wind help any with this?
With the Gust of Wind, so it's what did I say? It's a DC 15. Okay, I'm gonna say, so it gives 15 feet. So I'm gonna say that's a +1 per 5 feet. So you get a +3. So it's like this extra 15 feet of buffeting behind you. So you're gonna get a +3 off Turiel's Gust of Wind as you perfectly times it as you jump.
Oh, what's that? A 9 or 6? 8.
It is an 8. You didn't add the +3.
That's
So
11.
that takes it to 11. And what have you got? Bardic Inspiration?
And then I do my D6. Let's see. Come on.
You are so lucky. So you just make DC 15. You just make DC 15, you jamming bastard. Okay. Okay, so you're kind of like running and you kind of like psyching yourself up, just jump up in the air, and Turios is like, not happening. And just whoa! And you get this little extra projection. However, the little unexpected projection, can you roll me an acrobatics whilst everybody else rolls me another DC 15 athletics check for everybody else?
Come on.
+3, is it? With the
+3, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Eileen, Gris, and Turios. Whoa. Oh, you got a +3 on that, Eileen. So, or do you have a -9? Do you have a -1 to your athletics?
No, I have a +2.
You have a +2 to athletics. Okay, so with the +3, you hit the DC 15. So we're just waiting on Gris. Oh. Okay. So as you no,
we
go on.
see anything? Can I say that as a reaction I tried to grab?
Well, I'd have been in midair, wouldn't I?
He's going to be midair. So
and I think I'd have let you go first. I think I would have brought up Maria because I was waiting in case you failed. I was going to use one of my abilities to lift you back up. So yeah, I've definitely gone last.
Okay.
Thinking if it would be possible that since I rolled a natural 20, I would be able to.
Sorry.
I'm trying to tell you, assessment DM.
So, in general, I'm not going to just make people fail, like one roll fail. Doesn't matter. Sorry. No, you're trying to. Hey, I appreciate the narrative, the cooperative narrative. However, so keep in mind if you're all trying to run at the same time, you need to tell me if you're going to be stopping and jumping at one at a time. The way I'm visualizing it, you are all running and going and running, and everybody just like trying to keep up with Seeker. Okay, so trying to aid each other, like by stopping and stuff, is not going to happen. However, with casting the wind and stuff, so Eileen kind of jump, little cape flipping behind her, nearly loses, grabs onto her hat as it nearly kind of gets blown off with the wind, lands a little bit unsteady. Seeker, you kind of like didn't expect the gust of wind, you didn't run into it, but you land the landing on the other side on the slope, nice and steady, you're fine. Taros, you kind of expecting the wind, you kind of like just jump into it, just get a really nice jump, kind of like, you know, this seems like the kind of thing that you've tried before, maybe like in the waves, you like casting water up and you like do big dives up out of the water like a whale or something like that. Whoa, and kind of like getting some hang time. Grist, you kind of like run to it and you kind of like jump and it's just a bit of water, it's a little bit of unsteady and your foot just goes a little bit. Roll me a DC 12 acrobatics check as everybody kind of like lands on the other side. Poo, 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 poo.
Which is unaffected by the gust, is it? So it's just flat, yeah?
So this is just an acrobatics for your landing.
Hey!
Nice! So nearly, you kind of like just got, like the wind takes you, you make it to the side, but just on the edge, it's like, whew, that was a close one. You look behind you, look back in this stockyard, and then there's like all these dogs. They're like protecting this stockyard. They're like kind of like barking up at you as all these tiles start rattling down.
Yeah, we're having to dodge a hailstorm of tiles.
Yeah. So, you boys and girls carry on bolting across, making some fantastic time. No stalls so far. The rooftops start getting a little bit higher, a little bit closer together, harder to navigate your way across the roof, and you can feel that you are slowly, to keep going in the same line, you're starting to get forced down onto the streets. But you feel that you are catching up. You know, you've made whatever speed that the person with this, the blue shiny's got, you guys are doing really good at catching them up. But you're now down on the floor, and you're kind of like these towering blocks around you, and you now suddenly feel very lost. It's not quite as clear straight across the rooftops as it was. You know that if you had kept to the rooftops, you'd have just been going higher and higher. It was going to take too long, so forced you to the floor. So yeah, you are in this maze of housing. There's a good chance that you might have had a look around this area whilst you'd been here for the week, if you had a little look around town. So if somebody wants to either, well, if Seeker's still going for it, or are you stopped, are you looking around, what do you want to do, Seeker? Because you now can't tell necessarily which way to go. Are you still running?
No, I think I'm going to stop and... I'm going to stop and wait for the others to catch up. I mean, they're not so far behind, right?
Yeah. So as the last of you kind of like climbs and kind of like jumps down a few crates and like lands, and it's just mud and just water everywhere. Now this is like, you know, the place you were before at the broken yard arm, that kind of area. This is worse. Okay, this is kind of an area that like this is like run down, like this is like boarded up, and people don't necessarily live around. And you can't, you know. You've no idea. There's just kind of like little alleys and byways everywhere. What do you want to do?
So can I? We know the place. You said maybe we remember it from our.
Quite possible.
Time at the
Yeah, if you had a little look around and you kind of asking questions and stuff like that, you can roll me a history check if you wish to see if you remember anything, or if you kind of like want to go with natural navigation, then you can roll me a survival check. If anybody else wants to jump in on anything, they can do.
I will not on this one.
Okay. Seeker, you have a pretty good idea. Your way with navigation is pretty strong. You know, you're used to getting lost and getting found. For you, that's fun of it sometimes. So you're kind of running, maybe not as fast because you still have to kind of like pause every so often and have a look around. But you are somewhat confident that you are making through this area. You know, in roughly the right direction, and using the compass as well to guide you. I want you to make me two more history or survival checks now that you've got your bearings.
Okay, so history or survival. 2 in a row, or I make one and I wait for you to tell me.
You can make me 2 in a row for this.
Okay. Can I make one history and one survival just for fun?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, it's DC 15.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that's bad.
So you are conflicted as you're kind of like working your way through the area. You kind of get to a point where you know that if you go like off to one side where it kind of opens up a little bit, that's a route that you know you can lead through to reach like another road further down, but it's a bit out of the way. And your impulse is to try and find a shortcut, and you kind of like start going through the streets a little bit, and you suddenly realize that you're kind of like surrounded in an area, and you're not sure where you are, and you can feel like you're kind of like looking at the compass, like trying to get your bearings, and you can feel the compass, the object getting a little bit further away.
Okay, and I'm gonna scream, I'm losing him.
And then over the top, you just hear, like over the top of the rain,
Who you losing, darling? I can help you find your way.
Am I the only one hearing this?
No, this kind of like echoes around.
Okay.
More surprises for the evening. Why not?
The dark powers!
At this rate, I'm never gonna have my tea.
That cheek. I say, I don't know who you are, but yes, I hope this will not cost us a lot. Under my breath.
You
And
just had to jinx his darling.
Can I see, or hear, or recognize this strange disembodied voice? I mean, does it sound like something is floating above us, sort of, when you say a voice?
It sounded like the voice came from higher, yeah.
Yeah. Squinting up through the rain, can I see what is speaking to us?
Well, as you squint up through the rain and the light, it kind of like illuminates, and you can see, kind of like looking around, maybe a dozen figures stood on gantries, kind of like looking down at you.
Oh. I don't know why I thought it was like, ooh, some cool witches flying above you, but instead we've found street rats.
I suggest you drop everything you've got.
What? We drop everything we... Like what?
Got to pay the toll. You're coming to the wrong part of town.
We haven't time for this. Come on, everyone, keep up, Seeker. I'm paying this guy no fucking heed.
What are you doing? Are you walking?
Yeah, every part of this town is the fucking bad part of town. So I'm just gonna run and say we don't have time for this.
Okay. So you start running back the way you came, trying to find a different route. Yeah.
Had we stopped? Yeah, we stopped running. Yeah.
Okay. And you just hear a boo from up above, and kind of clattering on the roof, on the gantries somewhere up above. Unless you're kind of like stopping every 5 seconds to look around, you can just hear kind of like running from behind you. Roll me another check, please, Seeker. And can you roll me a history or a survival? I'll give you it's DC 15, but I'm going to give you advantage because you can either go the way that you know, and I will allow it as a free, but it's going to take longer, or you can have advantage because you've excluded a way that you know isn't to try and get a shortcut and catch up some speed. So it's a DC 15 with advantage, or it's the way you know and it's going to take longer.
Okay, I'm gonna, hype up myself and say, you know the way, you know it, so I can ask a new bardic inspiration. So that brings me to 2, and I'm gonna add,
You going for the DC 15?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a history check.
Nice.
Okay.
With advantage, right?
Yeah,
With advantage.
No,
Yeah, boy.
it's done. Yeah, I think it's done. I don't even need the just. For
No, but you might get a crit. You might get a crit. So roll it.
Good. History again.
Okay, so 25. Tick off your bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I did.
Cool. So you are running, and you get a good idea of where you're at, and every so often you kind of hear the this clattering of rooftops, and whilst you're now lower on the floor, there's people definitely moving around up and above, and in the distance somewhere, like kind of floating around, you can hear, bear with me, which one's playing?
The lack of music is suddenly very ominous.
Yeah.
You getting that?
Yeah.
And these voices are just echoing from above you, like over the top of the rain, and like even from in the buildings, people like kind of carrying on this shanty that's just been sang over and over again. And you can feel the rain is starting to swell, and you feel like a crackle in the air. It's in the distance, but it's carrying around this this singing, and it's just a voice, a chorus of voices singing it as they're running along these platforms along the top. Seeker.
Yes.
This is the last check. You think you know the last way out to get out of this area. Roll me your last DC 15.
Okay. It's not the time to screw up.
This is not the time to screw up.
Is it cheesing to use another bardic inspiration, or
If you have it available,
If you have
do
it,
it to yourself.
absolutely use it.
I have two available? Yeah, I'm gonna use one then. And history check. Let's go. Watch. No.
Oh, so close to a nat 20.
Oh. I mean, even if I do this,
This wasn't advantageous as well, was it? It was the last one was advantageous.
The last one was advantageous because she knew the route that she thought she had to go.
Okay, then it's failed.
Okay.
I'm lost, guys.
So you are. So you are kind of running, and this kind of like singing high above you is throwing you off. It's quite disturbing. It's quite disturbing what's going on, and you make your way kind of like through these buildings, and find yourself in this small quarter, this small courtyard with a well in the middle, kind of like double floored buildings all around you. And as you kind of enter, there's another 3 exits or entrances to this courtyard area, and you're not sure. It makes you stop for a second, and you're not sure which way to go with it. And the noise of this shanty, this singing, just starts getting louder, and you just feel surrounded.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna wait for Grace and say I really don't know. Right?
I'm with you. I think I'm like a couple of steps behind you.
Oh yeah, I just turn and I say I really don't know. I don't know which road we can take. I don't know where we are.
Which direction does it point you to?
I don't know. Yeah, Alex, wouldn't I be able to look at the direction on the compass?
Yeah. I mean, it points to a rough easterly direction.
Okay, so can we try to steer up toward east?
So as you start heading towards the east on this courtyard, these 2 people on the floor start walking through the little entranceway, the little alleyway, and they're singing this song at the top of their voices. Kind of like shadowed, you can't really see. Oh, no, not shadowed because you've got the light. Just 2 humans going through, dressed classic pirate garb.
And it is all 4 of us, isn't it, here?
It is all 4 of you, yeah. Why?
No, just wondering.
Bear with me 1 second. So.
Okay.
Right, bear with me. How do I change it so that I can see everything when it's dark? Like when I click a token, it's like making everything black for me.
Just unselect the token. Oh, what? As in, like an enemy token is blacking the whole map out for you.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to double right click on it, and in the vision tab, untick has vision. Sounds daft. If it doesn't have vision, you can see everything when you're on it because it isn't limited by the values in the vision box. So really, what you probably want to do is untick it from all of them if they're like, because if there are 20 versions of pirate, you'll have to, if they're already on the map, you'll need
also
to
delete them all and then change it on vision for the finger.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then. Where do I change?
Alternatively, if we're at a point where it doesn't matter now, you could just change this scene to global vision, and then you don't have to.
That's true. Right, then. Let's do that then. In 1 second. So you're kind of like looking around, and this voice, this singing, just gets louder and louder as this crew start pouring into this courtyard, and you can hear the voices kind of like coming from above you, coming from around you, and as we're already sharing this thing, you're all going to see it one by one. We have Eileen. We have Seeker. Show us.
Are you doing something on the scene we don't have access to? Because we're
I'm going to share it now. Yeah, you're on the other one. Yeah. It was on the Luskan Streets one, which I knew you'd already seen. Yeah. Now you have vision.
My God, that's so ugly. Oh, that's a tabaxi.
Black Kitty.
And a giant modular cogman.
Oh, bear with me. Let me hide cog. There we go. I nearly deleted it because I used to be able to delete it, but the token attach has been updated, so it would have deleted the entire tile.
Jesus.
And so, as you are looking around, and they're all just singing while they're looking at you, big smiles on the faces, and it's just like, for them, this is a fun old time. And the storm starts picking up more and more.
Why wasn't it? Why didn't you use Bewella Man?
The what?
Bewella Man?
Wellerman.
Like the massively trending pirate shanty that is...
Yeah, oh yeah, because it was a massively trending pirate shanty. And as this song's happening, you can kind of feel just like a prickle from... I mean, the water's pouring down. And then there's a crack of lightning, but it feels localized. It's like above you. And like the storm is just swelling in this area. And stood on top of the building is a single dark-furred tabaxi. He's the only one not singing. It's all the crew that's singing. And he looks down at you. And with the light, he's not that far away, he's just up on the roof. With the light, kind of like that you've got to like illuminate the entire... Actually, oh yeah, I can put global illumination on, can't I? Let's put global illumination on. Oh, actually, no, I won't do global illumination, because in case you decide to move away from this area, then I can add down other tiles, so I don't want it all necessarily globally illuminated. So you can see there's a crack of lightning. And this tabaxi is looking down, and he's kind of like looking at you. And just from your torch, from your lamp, there's just a glint on this one blind eye that he's got. And then you kind of like see all up his right-hand side. There's like this big scar that's cleaved into his face, and it's kind of cleaved all the side of his mouth. It's like this big cleft lip almost at the side. It's just like exposed, like his teeth. And there's like a glint of gold, like the teeth that were on show now, like gold teeth, presumably replacements of whatever grievous wound he's had. They're national, and he's kind of like looking down his one blind eye. Standing there. You are in the wrong place.
Why is that wrong place?
Oh well, good sir, I would kindly disagree. I do feel that we are in the correct place right now, as we are, you see, on a mission currently for the Souljacks, for the Souljak ship, and we do seek a thief who stole something from them, something that's worth a lot of money. And if you would help us retrieve it, no doubt there would be a share for you.
You expect me to help friends of the Souljacks?
And he keeps slurping, like as he's talking, like this whole exposed side where this scar is. He like keeps like licking like the saliva away as he's kind of like talking, like rubbing it on the back of his hand every time he speaks.
And to what ship do we currently find ourselves in the territory of?
And he smiles and takes a bit of a flourishing bow. Says,
We are of ship Kurth.
Would we have known what title the leaders of the ships tend to have? I presume captains.
They have captains, yeah. They're all so it's literally they take on the name of the faction. So the ship is called Ship Kurth, and it is run by Captain Kurth. Captain Kirk. Captain Kurth. From your roles before, you know that traditionally it is like a long-standing tradition that the captain is always called
Yeah, I was gonna say about
by the captain's old name. So they just take on Captain Kurth when they take the new title. So it's as much a title as their name.
And would you be Captain Kurth?
Lots of K's here. It's like,
No, that would not be me.
and he takes he kind of like he was like mid bow, and he kind of looks up and says,
I am Karo.
How's that spelled?
Karrow.
This thief that you seek. Where is he now? What does he have that would send you through Kurth territory?
And while this is all going on, these people on top of the roof are like kind of like moving around while they're singing, like kind of like just circling.
They're just so morbid looking, these kids, with such like a proper like chunk.
Sloth.
Yeah. A precious gem. My companion here knows where it is. She has a connection to it. And time is truly of the essence, Kado.
Connection, you say? What connection?
Kind of.
I believe they call it of the magical variety.
Because she has seen it and touched it, she can follow it. But only to a degree, and every second it slips further away.
What bother is that of mine?
Well, you won't get much out of us, as we do not possess much at the moment.
Can you please roll me a deception check, because that is not entirely true.
Almost 17 on a roll. Not that bad.
The way Eileen doesn't really have anything.
You've all got like 3 magic items each, so that's not nothing, guys. I can take them up if you want. You're ungrateful.
I'm not disagreeing with the check.
Yeah. Bear with me. So, I will say, hold on. What is? Oh, it's wisdom, isn't it? Thingy.
To what?
Can I remember?
Insight, probably.
Insight, yeah. So he's like, listen, so I'm going to do an opposed.
Sure.
Which is wisdom.
Look.
Oh. No.
Can't look.
Cats have good intuition, but not good.
Ooh, how did you... One of the bloody sloths like, he's lying, boss!
And he kind of looks you up and down.
Well, I am a half-naked guy.
It's true.
Witness me!
We see many types coming through. None quite as so well dressed. It is hard to believe you have no coin. You carry fine weapons.
And I assure you we're well versed in how to use them, friend Caro.
Oh, so the negotiation has suddenly changed its tune. Eh? One brings an olive branch, the other brings a threat.
Excuse me, my friend, but what he's trying to say is that we don't have time, so either you let us go and we have a chance to get it, or we're gonna get what we need from you. Because we're not coming back empty-handed.
What my friends want to say is that...
And he holds his hand up. He holds his hand up and says,
We have some that speak with kind words and some that do not. So, I will not hold the words of your friends against the both of you. So you may step to one side, and we will take our business with them.
And he kind of like casts at Eileen and Churlos like, and kind of like gestures you.
If you wish to leave, that is fine. These two can pay the toll.
What say you? And he kind of crouches down a bit and smiles. It's like a full smile now.
Have you ever had the physicians look at that?
Please, everybody, roll initiative.
Oh my god.
We're gonna let me drag you all on.
What the fuck?
Good job, Juan.
It was really
I mean, to be fair, she could have been offering to actually.
It is all your
No, wait, I'm a doctor! Ah!
0 initiative, Aileen. 0. So many pirates. You're gonna die.
Oh, Sir Gris.
Session 0
Christ.
death.
Session 0 death. So,
We're gonna
just so
face
you
the
know,
leg.
just so you're not feeling totally hemmed in, you do have an area behind you. Let me see how this expands. 1 second. If I expand... let me try and do this first. I could have placed this better. 1,000...
Yeah, it's been noted.
If you are changing the underlying dimensions, you already placed objects in the scene. Sure, okay, let's see. And that did nothing by... Oh, actually, I think...
I mean, this seems like a decent.
Hey! Look at that, I can move everything because it's all on a token. Boom! I can move the map and everything. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, but you know, you've got room to back up if you need to. Let's randomly choose this tile. Ah! Where did that go?
Well,
It just
we were. No, it's to the left. It's there. I see
the
it.
thing is, yeah, but the thing's disappeared for some reason.
We were running on the gantries, I suppose.
Sure, no.
There's still a house
Sorry.
behind me, or what's happened?
There we go. So yeah, you were running under the gantries and stuff, and you've come to... That was quite a lucky random choice. Are there actual walls on the thing? Or have they all disappeared?
Can't see from our view.
No, you can't, can you? Oh, there was... Oh, it's automatically hidden the token. How peculiar. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like there's walls. Oh, I could go through there. I've accidentally locked myself out the map. So
How did you manage to clip?
There's a wall here where I was able to pass through one way, but not the other.
Okay then. Greece. Begin combat.
Yeah, I will set. Well, what would you consider to take an action for me to set the lantern down on the floor and then don my shield again, which had been on my sort of hooked on my back?
I mean, you can put an item down as a free action anyway, but yeah, getting
cool.
an item off your backpack, I would say, would be an action.
Okay, so I will do that. So I'm back to sword and hammer and shield, and then I will. Let's check something very quickly. Yeah, I will.
How come it only shows Eileen's health?
It should show mine. I've got mine set to a. Oh, sorry, health where?
Under a health bar, under a token.
Well, mine should have my my side dice and a blue bar at the top, and my.
It does when I
green bar
hover.
at the bottom.
It does when I hover, but that's it.
So I've got mine set to... So Eileen's obviously got hers set to show all times for owner, and you are the owner of everything. I have mine set to hover for anyone. Okay. So as a setting, is
that just the display name, or is it on something else?
That's in... Oh, God, I can't remember.
Resources?
My own. In token... Yeah. Token
display
resources.
bars.
Yeah, so mine's hovered... Oh, I haven't put mine's hovered by anyone. I'll change it to, actually.
Shall I say always for everyone, for you guys, so you can see each other?
Yeah. I've just done that for... Oh, always for everyone. I mean, hover seems less visually obstructive. Just gotta...
That bar, that green bar at the bottom.
I have a blue bar at the top. Good grief.
Okay, hovered by anyone. Update token. They're not updating them. Okay, I'm not going to bother buying now.
Yeah, I'll sort it afterwards. Well,
yeah,
okay. I'll talk to you sort afterwards. Yes, so I have set the lantern down on the floor, taken my hammer and shield back up, and I will have, as I under my breath say, scorch. I will use my third charge of the day and have the lantern spit a gout of flame out at the captain.
Before you roll that, I'm aware that it is 11 o'clock. Does anybody need to call it there, or do you want to carry on? Because we've not got into combat.
That's
We're at
true.
The beginning
That's
of it.
very true.
I'm still in.
The one hand, it's 1 in the morning.
Oh.
Okay, do you want to call it there, one, and we'll pick it up next week?
Yeah, one, do ya? No, I'm joking. I'm being a dick, one.
But I mean, I'll risk it. I can stay a bit more if everybody else can.
Well, would it be cool? Would it be cool to? Well, I don't know. How do we all feel about stopping mid-combat?
Well, we're not mid-combat. So stopping at the beginning of combat versus stopping in the middle of combat.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Like, if we're gonna stop in half an hour.
Yeah, I would say if you can go on for another... Yeah, can everybody go on for another hour, is the question.
I can.
No pressure, Juan. If you want to leave it here, then here's a good place as any to leave it.
Yeah.
If it's not more than 1 hour, then yes.
I'm just gonna play fast.
Okay, guys.
Deck's being very quiet. What is Deck?
Yeah, Deck. What do you want to do, man?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he said earlier that he was like you, Harrison. That he will go until he falls.
Yeah, but he's weak.
Okay.
Yeah. So in that case, can the tabaxi please make
and lagging?
Can Caro please make me a DC 18 Deck save? Oh, I just saw that Eileen's initiative.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Does not exist.
Right, bear with me 1 second.
Oh, Caro's so slow.
Okay, Caro is making a what? Dex?
DC 18 Dex saving throw.
DC 18 Dex saving throw.
Yeah, he's tabaxi though. He's gonna have all that shite.
You say that.
As he rolls a 19. Oh, okay. He takes, or she takes, don't want to presume, 8 points of fire damage as fire leaps in a quick, rapid beam from the lantern and hits him hard.
Nice. Kind of like just singes up his fur. He kind of like almost for a second loses his footing on the tiles.
Nice. That is all from me.
Okay.
Yeah, Aggie's popular on Discord.
I know. Aggie's always popular on Discord.
Change that shit to D&D, son.
I muted all my things. Hang on, I'm gonna mute the others.
You can set yourself to busy.
Yeah, busy stops all the noise.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hang on, I'm gonna do it. I'm a noob with Discord. I never use it.
So my two questions as to the general nature of the situation would be: I believe we had like a couple seconds or like half a minute when we are talking to look around and see if they brandish any ranged weapons? Like, are they aiming crossbows or bows at us, or are they just...
Nope. No, no ranged weapons. It's all
Cool.
cutlasses and long
That
swords.
does sound good. And also the other more important and more pressing one, do we see any routes of escape, like either other than just going back the way we came?
Cleaving your way through the people that are stood in these alleyways singing at you.
Okay, so they are on the ground level. The ones in the alleyways.
Yeah, some ones in the alleyways are on the ground, the other ones are on the rooftops, yeah.
Gotcha. I thought they were all on the roofs and they were just like...
No.
Cool. Okay, in that case, I think that focusing down the leader could be a good choice. So I will first... Oh no, I cannot do this like that. That's bloody useless then. Might do this. No, okay. Let's do it quick and easy. I will cut the air before me with my dagger, and it shall open into a small tear, like a tear in the fabric of reality, and I will put my hand inside it and pull out something like an egg, an undulating mass of things. It's pulsing with darkness, basically, and I will throw it right at the tabaxi. Let's see what it does.
Okay, make me a ranged... is this a spell or a ranged attack? Or...
Yeah, no worries. I know what to do. I just need to learn how to target with this new system. How do I target?
Double right click.
Okay.
What the fuck are you using here?
Consume spells.
I don't recognise the description. Oh,
Chaos Bolt.
Oh.
Shit.
Is there anything on a miss?
Misses.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's an attack roll, so no. Most likely not. So it just...
Okay, so as this coalescing swirl of chaos erupts forth, the tabaxi, kind of still reeling slightly from the fire, is more alert and just kind of like ducks to one side. It just kind of like flits off into the distance and explodes on a building behind him.
Indeed. And I will move back into the alley then. Game is paused for me.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
I will move. Yeah, I will get there.
Good shout.
In that case. And that will end my turn.
Okay.
Turn.
Oh, I didn't know you guys could end turns. That's very good, isn't it?
Only our own.
Okay. This guy is going to move straight in. And why they've got no vision, these guys. None of them. 1 second.
They all look like they have sort of just like hereditary blindness.
Okay, there we go. Oh, God, I can't double right click. 1 second. There we go. Right then. Targeting with the target. There we go. Consider yourself targeted, bro. This one is the one that was in the alleyway and steps forward with a light hammer being wielded and charges in at Grease. Attack.
That definitely hits.
Why did it not do it as a hit?
Because you weren't targeted. Oh, you were targeted, weren't you?
You are targeted. I rolled it as an attack as well. Interesting. Let's see how the damage goes.
I'm going to be using some of my psionic juju to mitigate the damage of this.
1d20 +3 +2.
Yeah, I do what? I did thing for a kid. For some kid pipe, that was a pretty high.
Not kids. These aren't supposed to be kids.
Know. But yeah, I presume they all aren't clones of the same kid as well.
Yeah. They're all from the same family.
The same bloody jar.
Yeah.
But yeah, a +6 to hit is big. Sorry, 5.
+5.
Dickhead. Can't even count.
But the damage was terrible, and that did not damage you, did it at all?
Do you know what? I said I was going to react to it, so I should react to it. I will, yeah, have fired off my protective field, which it mitigates the damage by 1d4 +2. So roll 1d4, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, the damage is entirely mitigated. Unfortunately, I don't heal by 1.
Okay. So this dude comes kind of like running in, just swinging, and you kind of like, what's your protective? How does your protective field work? Is it magic?
It is not magic. It is psionics. So seeing this fella running in and seeing him to be like quite unsteady on his feet in the rain, I can almost see that it isn't going to be a very strong blow. I don't even raise my hammer or my shield to stop it. I just stare him down, and as he comes swinging in with the hammer, there's just that flash of like a faint silvery blue, almost like mist, that immediately solidifies and basically rebounds his weapon off me.
Okay. It's kind of like in a flow as he's running, kind of like and just carries on running. So, and like, they're kind of like singing as so, like just running past and hitting and like singing as they do, like striking at a bell type thing. Tis go over. And then this one is going to do the same. Once you can actually see. I'll start trying to quickly edit everybody. Cog, vision, has vision. Okay, cool. Right, let's see if it works this time.
Hating this song by now.
Yeah.
It's psychological warfare. I'm sure we're all.
I'll be perfectly honest. I did mute the song.
Do you know what? If I didn't mute "Hole in the Roof" after 4 hours for you, you can put it 1 hour of shanties.
There you go. We'll have some combat.
Sure, I'm listening to shanties.
Okay, so there's now combat music. But yeah, they're all still up and all up. Okay. Let me see if this attack will work properly this time. So, he is going to...
So, I have a question. Where do we see the initiative trackers for everybody?
Top right with the fist. You can right-click it and pop it out if you want.
Oh, the fist, okay. Oh, yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And then he's kind of like hitting as he runs past.
Maybe hard.
Hopefully. So he's got a long sword, this dude, and he's double handing it.
Nah.
And it's just like a easy deflection. You can see them all kind of like running around now and just like just kind of like almost toying with you. Then it's this dude jumping down off the roof. First, he's been given vision. So it doesn't help because I should have done it all before, but now I'm having to do it on every turn. I've not got a chance to actually do them all now. So this guy, actually, he's just gonna jump down and light hammer you as he comes down, kind of like skids down off the roof. Okay, so let's try a standard roll this time, see if that works. Ah, okay, yep, I think that worked better. Miss! And they're also kind of like singing. They look, as they're kind of like running past, they look a little bit mindless as they're kind of singing. They're very kind of like tranced out.
Yeah, definitely got
that. This dude is coming off the building. Yeah, targeting himself apparently. Changing his vision. And he is going to go straight for Seeker.
Yeah, boy. I have a question, sorry, just so I don't interrupt combat. If he's going to attack me, do I use my reaction after he makes his attack roll or before he makes his attack roll?
It depends. It depends what reaction it is. Sometimes, in general, sometimes it says you can do it before or after the attack. Like with casting shield, if the attack goes over your AC, then you can cast shield and it deflects it.
See. It's when another creature hits you with a melee attack. That means it's after the attack.
Yeah, so if I hit, otherwise you don't have to use it. So that's fine. Is this Rebuke?
No, Rebuke is after I get damaged. This one is after the attack.
Okay.
I can use my I can use my reaction to add 2 to my AC.
Okay, cool. You must roll. Okay. So he comes at you with 2 hands, jumps off the building. That's a hit.
Hey, let me hit me. So I don't think I'm supposed to know by how much he hits, though, right?
It doesn't matter.
Them in the open, but no, because it can be cheesy. Right now I know I don't have to waste my reaction. But if it was only 14, for example, or 16, sorry, I would use my reaction.
No, that's is it saying that it increases your AC by certain? What was it you looking to do?
No, what I'm saying is that now that I don't have to waste my reaction because it's too high. But if it was only 16, I could use it to avoid the attack. So that means I can cheese the game if you show me the attack rolls, right?
It doesn't matter. It's the same with shield. If shield hits, just cast it. It's never going to be that big a thing. So you don't have to.
So I don't do anything for now. I let him hit me.
Okay. Ooh! Fuck!
What? 18, 11?
18 damage.
Why do I need to make a saving throw?
Are you... Oh, it's probably because you cast Locate
18 to 11 damage, isn't
no,
it?
11 damage.
Say again?
It's 11 damage, after an 18 attack roll. Attack is 18,
oh, yeah, sorry, 11 damage, yeah.
Whew,
what's the saving throw for?
You've cast something that has concentration on it, perhaps?
Oh, maybe I'm still in... I'm wishing for something I cast before. What was it? I don't remember. Oh, it's like my hit metal from the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how do I remove... Oh, okay, HP is removed automatically. Fine.
Yes.
So now I'm gonna tell him the equivalent of motherfucker in Inferno and cast Hellish Rebuke on this face.
Because you didn't use your reaction. Okay, cool.
So let me see how I do that. Else, I need to target him for target. Else, Hellish Rebuke. Cast spell. Damage. Normal. 11 damage.
Oof, nice. And he failed, so he took the full 11. As he kind of like comes in, he's like, just cleaves, and it just kind of like catches you like a heavy blow in your arm. You kind of like feel it split slightly, and you just singe him, like his hair just kind of like burns from his fringe. And he's like, like kind of panics from him, but then he's got this kind of like wildness in his eyes. Me all right, and just carries on singing again, kind of like locked in this shanty. And what was humorous a moment ago, Gris, with all these weaklings, you now suddenly realise that this could be a little more threatening than initially thought. Okay, so this one is going to jump down. And the storm above you is kind of like just turning. Okay, he attacking Triton. Hits. Anything you can do?
No.
Okay.
Wait, who's hitting him? I don't see anyone. Is it in the dark for me?
Yeah, it's because it's around the corner, so you don't have line of sight. So this person is going to go. Five damage. We laugh at 5 damage. Oh. What was the strength?
Saving throw, though? I don't know.
Why was there a strength saving?
There's not a thing on the longsword to like knock prone or something, is there? There shouldn't be on a longsword unless it's like a piratey thing.
Oh, okay. Hit. If used with 2 hands.
Oh
okay.
shit! Can you all still hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Oh, everything is locked up.
Oh,
it's all just caught up at speed.
If the target is a creature, the first mate can... Sorry, the pirate can choose to deal no damage with the attack to disarm the target. The target must succeed on DC 14 strength saving throw or drop 1 item it is holding on the ground. Okay. Well, it...
They shoot to kill.
I think... Well, yeah, they were attacking you, so I think it must just automatically throw...
Sure.
Automatically roll that. Okay, and then he's just kind of like singing in front of you with this kind of like blank smile on his face. Who's next? Who's left? Oh, there you are. Okay. He's running in. Getting some vision. Yeah, boy. It's kind of like running past Gris. And hitting at him with the hammer. Ooh, there we go.
Oof, hits.
Big hits. Not really that big. Okay. Six damage. I can't see any of your hit points. I can see yours.
No.
The hit points shown on the thingy. Yeah, I can't see Aggie's hit points. I can't see Trilos's.
Is there a way to show you my hit point? Do I need to click on something?
No, I think I'm just gonna have to keep everybody's character sheets open.
Okay.
Smell blood in the water. Okay.
I'm half HP already. I'm gonna die.
And the Carol just kind of like sits at the top, kind of like crouched down, and smiles, and he just steps off backwards.
Coward.
Okay.
It's me turns.
Get mad.
I'm gonna... And we can't go through our allies, right?
Yes, you can. You just can't finish on their on their square.
So that means if I wanted, I can move. Wait, just to make sure, I can move here if I want, right? And I can move here if I wanted to.
Yeah, or you could move directly through Eileen anyway.
Okay. Fine.
Any woman.
But if you move without not withdrawing, what's it called in 5e?
Disengage.
Disengaging.
Oh yeah, I get. Yeah.
Attack
of
opportunity.
opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna move anyway. I'm gonna attack the guy in front of me with my rapier, and I'm gonna use my last bardic inspiration to do a flourish, and I'm gonna use the defensive flourish, which allows me to get so I'm gonna roll a dice, and that's gonna be added to my AC until the start of my next turn. Okay. Let's go attack with my rapier. Miss.
You miss, pirate.
Damn it. But I have, yeah, and then I will attack. Okay, so I still do my bardic inspiration, I think. Yeah. Because it's not linked to the damage.
Okay.
6, so I have 6 AC added.
Nice.
Till next turn. And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on myself. I'm gonna massage my arm, my bleeding arm, and say, gonna be okay. So, healing myself. Target myself, yes. Spells, Healing Word. Let's go. First level. 5 HP back.
Nice.
I
Did
really
that add
rolled
it to you? I think it updated it. Yeah. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it's
cool.
added, and I lost my spell slot, so I have 1 left, and that's
Okay.
my turn.
You're all looking good, guys. You're all looking good. If you guys hover over each other, can you see each other's stuff, or
No.
I can only see Gris.
Yeah, I can see Grace HP. What's the blue thing?
that's
Temporary?
My sexual energy.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm joking. It's because it would always be at full. It is my number of remaining side ice.
Okay.
So currently we have Trillis at 18 out of 23 hit points, Seeker 18 out of 24, Eileen 21 out of 21, Greece 16 out of 25. Wow, man, you took a big chunk of hits.
Did the cat disappear from the
He did.
bloody cat? I'm gonna get my revenge on him.
So this guy is getting vision. And he is going to assist. He's going to use the help action to grant advantage to the next person attacking. So he's kind of like keeping Seeker distracted and smiling as he's kind of like swinging at her. And that will be his go. And then Yaman here. He's going to have some vision. There we go. Everybody has vision now. Huzzah. And he's also going to use the help action to grant advantage. Eileen, what do you wish to do?
Can't believe it's reached my point at the first. But I will be doing the following. I shall first call towards our heavy triton to duck. As I just look at the guy behind him better, and I am going to cast a beautiful... Where are your spells? Sacred Flame at him. So
The cursed
doesn't have any high dexterity.
See, that's how you roll Sacred Flames, DM.
Ah.
It's perfect. 1 damage.
Is that all it did? It did 1 damage? Oh my god. Woo!
Damage.
It is just the worst spell.
I know.
There is no modifier on the damage, I don't think.
And Sirius, you're going to get a little bit of boost. And bonus actions, Shield of Faith for our current tank.
Okay.
Remind me what that does. Is that +2 to my AC? I can't remember.
I said it was a +2.
+2.
Okay, my AC becomes 21. Oh, it will keep changing down to 19. That's a pain. Let me quickly add a new effect. Oh, I already have the temporary effect. Oh, yeah, of course. It's gone from 17 to 19. Nice. That has applied automatically. Big sexy.
Super. Do you want to do anything else, Eileen?
And so far, that's everything. Staying here where I can keep an eye on everybody.
Okay. For those unsure, Eileen will actually do better at healing you once you get dropped to 0 hit points.
Ah, I see.
She is a grave cleric. I believe that is right.
What?
Is it like instant healing, like maximum damage?
Didn't play core, you were one.
Yeah, but I was only one like right at the beginning, and I became
Yeah, true.
the Glory Lord of Thunder. Plus, I never healed anybody.
No.
Nobody ever went down. Okay.
Sure,
Great.
everybody's looking nice.
How high are these roofs?
They're kind of like 15 feet high.
Okay. In our time travelling together, because we haven't really managed to discuss it, who would I know is like the best in ranged in our group?
In terms
Suppose I
of
like to keep my distance.
Are you on a roof at the moment, or are you in the alleyway?
in the alley,
I'm not.
You're in the alley.
that's like a little. That's like a little archway. So everybody's on the floor.
Yeah. Would you like to be on the roof, Churlas?
I don't mind either way, really.
I look to Truelos in the sort of alleyway with creepy-looking pirate child bearing in it, and looking at the people around me, and say, extend a hand to him, say, Truelos, do not resist. And I will use my 1 daily free casting of telekinetic movement without it costing me an additional side dice.
I will allow it. However, technically, you already held it, but never used it, so it would have burned out.
But it isn't a spell, it's just a thing I can do. It's just a class feature. It's not a spell.
But it has 1 use.
But I said, well, it was a stimulus, wasn't it? But I said, if he does so and so, I'm going to do this, and we weren't in. I mean, okay, fair. I can
No, it's fine. But
dice.
I'm fine. I know I'm fine with it for now. But in general, I think it would be treated like a spell, where if you precast or you're holding. Do you know what? Oh, maybe it wouldn't actually.
Your final ruling was that it will be decided by initiative, so it was as he didn't prepare it, really.
Yeah. Okay.
It was just said that we will roll initiative and he will be able to do it basically as a regular action in his turn.
This is true. Good job you're here.
Yeah.
In that
So-
case, yes.
Truelos is lifted, up to 30 feet, so I will pop him onto the roof. And because it is classed as force movement, we haven't made a table decision on it, have we? Unless it's something you just hard house rule. But with it being force movement, it may not incur an opportunity attack depending on your interpretation.
it doesn't. Force
Cool.
movement does not incur
Cool.
an attack.
So yeah, if I will pop him 1 tile to the north, I suppose.
I only know 1 tile, and that's the tile in the north.
Fucking hell. And then, yes, I don't have much left to do, where I will call out Scorch once more, and can this boy above me make that DC 18 dex saving throw? or take 2d6 up a 5. Well, he takes half on a save, actually, so I'll roll it anyway.
Dex saving throw, what did you say, DC 18?
Yep. He takes 5. You don't take double on a fail. No, it's only yeah. So he takes 5 fire damage.
Okay.
And that's
Hurts him. Hurts him. Don't kill him. Hurts him, though. Okay.
Okay, my question would be, do they look like they have any sort of hierarchy where I can see that some of them are like more important or anything like that? Or do they look basically like a bunch of tags?
Yeah, they look like a bunch of waifs and strays. The only one that really stood out was Kara.
Sure thing. In that case, I will target 2 of them, like the one below me and let's say the one next to Seeker. And I will use 2 sorcery points to split my Maximilian's Earthen Grasp.
So which one you want? The one to the right of Seeker, below Gris?
Yeah, exactly that one, and the one next to me.
Okay, cool.
And I will call out to the spirit to grab them and hold them for me.
Okay.
And let's see. Right. And I think I have to do it separately, because if I retarget, it changes the target. I cannot target 2 at once.
Okay.
So I'll do it separately. 1 consume spell slot. Yes. Normal. Saving throw. Okay. So 1 is restrained.
Which one was that one?
The one next to me,
left?
yeah.
Okay.
He should have taken 6 damage and is restrained.
Yeah, we don't have the condition.
Now I'm not consuming spell slot because it's part of the
fine
damage. Normal. Also fails. Nice. So basically 2 webbed feet, like sort of flippers, I think, but clawed ones. Come out from the ground from little holes in reality again. Like there are these small pocket dimensions just below them that open up and release the clawed feet that grab them and hold them down and try to scratch them as much as it can.
Well, the one to Seeker's right, as it is kind of clawed and scratched to the ground, is like he just kind of like crumples and these claws kind of like scratch at his face, and for a second it's kind of like holding his head and like kind of like holding him in place and like pulling his head into the ground, and then it kind of like feels the life, and it just carries on pulling his dead corpse and restraining him, but he is a dead man.
Yes.
Oh, not that one. Which one?
I hope I can
That one. There we go.
Simple cast.
Okay. Do you wish to do anything else?
I don't think so, no. No bonus actions for this one. So that will be all. Turn. Yes.
Okay. Oh, that skip one? It did skip one. Okay, so this dude is going to come in with his hammer. He's the one that initially ran past Gris and clunged him, so he has a hammer. And he is going to take a shot at Seeker. He has advantage because the one below him is harassing and haranguing her with his action.
Okay.
That harassing, haranguing bastard.
Yep. Attack with advantage. That is a hit.
No, after if I use my reaction. So I use my reaction to parry.
Oh, actually, wait. Actually, what did you increase your AC?
No, it's supposed to be 20, and I'm gonna use my reaction to make it 22. So
nice. Do you take half damage, or is that just complete miss?
No, complete miss. I have. So I'm just gonna use my dagger to do a little flourish and just make his hammer go the other way.
Hammer time. Okay. Mark off whatever that was, but it was good. So yeah, he's kind of like you're kind of like trying to fend off this one below you, kind of like dodging out of the way and kind of like blocking him, and then the other one just comes in with this big overhead swing, and you just manage to just clip it away with your knife. And he's just got this smile on his face, but yeah, he's not overly concerned that his attack didn't strike true, that it didn't bite deep.
Your attitude is coalescing in an uncomfortable way.
Okay, this one is going to move in. He's going to take a shot at Gris with his hammer. Hammer time.
Is your name Gris because you have gray hair?
It's Gris.
Gris.
That's it, sir. Or is it?
Oh, it shouldn't. Or did your spell end on me?
It shouldn't.
No, it should
Does it
not
last
have
only
a-
one?
Well, it should last until it gets to Eileen's turn again, shouldn't it?
I think so.
So yeah, I don't know why it's dropped, but it should still be 19, which should not hit.
Okay. Then he runs in, hammer wielding, overhead, clang. You just like body it. Actually, no, it's the oh.
Just excuse me, may I just say that the Shield of Faith should last its concentration, and it should last for 10 minutes.
And
Okay,
and you
you've not lost concentration yet. You've not been attacked, have you?
Weird.
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, as this kind of hammer hit strikes, there is just this gleam of silvery intertwined with gold. I don't know what colors do you want, Eileen, for your shield?
Oh, this is good enough.
Okay. Well, when that happens, and he sees his companion. Oh, actually, I mean, I forgot to take advantage of it because I believe one of them had.
Yeah, I was helping.
Yeah, he was helping, so I'm gonna skip it back and give him another attack because it would be him first. So target Gris again. Here it comes. Not a problem. So blast him away. Okay. Get onto this big sexy boy here. Seeing everyone surrounded, he kind of like turns his eyes to Eileen. Gonna bring her into the fray. And I believe man here has a longsword. He's looking a bit wounded. It's kind of like blood trickling down from his front, but it doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. All smiles, all smiles. You're not holding anything, are you? Oh, that's a good hit.
Yes, that is a hit.
Oh God.
That's a very, very big hit.
Hold on.
This is
Hold
zero, or
on.
you trying to kill us?
Hold on. What are you holding on for?
No, nothing. Just want to see the damage.
Okay. So I said he was going in with a one-hander, so a one-hander he will do.
I will. Thrust.
Yeah,
Oh, go on.
I forgot about that. I still didn't get exactly why it's asking.
Oh, because he has the choice.
Yeah.
He tries to choose to do disarm instead. I will actually thrust a shunt of my psionic energy in Eileen's direction, trying to soak some of that blow.
Okay. How much of that blow do you soak? Oh,
Forgetting,
1d Switzer's of what?
plus. So I take 4. Well, I don't take 4 of that damage is negated.
Oh, okay, so it's not that you soak it up. Okay,
No,
so she gets 4
I
hit
just
points
shield.
back. Okay.
Yeah, I shield 1d6 plus int modifier.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hold on, it isn't plus proc as well, is it?
Now let's pray. I lose
What's...
concentration. I sadly lose concentration. I am sorry.
Oh.
I am sorry, Sir Gris.
Good for you for remembering, though. Because I had not. Did it prompt you automatically with that?
No, I.
Concentrator should have. I'll look into that. Let's add that on. Concentrator enable.
Don't worry about it. About the earthen grasp. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
No, for the future though.
No for the future.
Yeah, it would be achievable for me to cast Earthen Grasp for the one that is restrained and kill the other one with a cantrip with a quicken spell. So let's say that.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, but it looks more cool him being pulled by
Yeah, true.
red claws and having his head crushed. So we'll take that. Okay. As the Triton has suddenly disappeared and kind of flown upwards, he's left with a clear view of.
Oh, no.
That one is restrained.
Yeah, he's
Restrained.
Oh, he's restrained. He's not going anywhere. He's literally
He can.
in his head. In his head, that's what he just did. But,
He brought back to reality.
Yeah.
yeah.
He can use an action to make a strength check against my spell save DC.
Okay, which is
My DC should be 14, I think. Spell book. Where is it on this card? Sorry. Yeah, 14. 14 it is, because it's +4 from charisma and +2 from proficiency, so it is 14.
so 14 strength saving throw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys have
And
cargo
strength check. Sorry.
strength check, no strength save. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Okay. Which is better because if it was a save, that would have been shite for me because they have cargo hauler. The pirate has advantage on strength checks. So,
Well. And so he used his action.
yes. So he kind of like just looking down. He goes to move forward, looks down like he's in a bit of a dream, and then just kind of kicks his legs out, and then just head down and starts moving forward. Aggie, you're going to be up in a moment.
Yes.
But first, okay, this dude is going to. Let me check who's around.
Wasn't
okay.
that one helping?
Say again.
Wasn't that one helping?
Was he a helper from last time? Oh yeah, he was because he's going to help the one that's.
Yeah.
No, that was a different round. Couldn't have been him, could it? Yeah, but he is going to use the help action anyway because he's going to help the dude below him in a minute. So, as you're looking down, Tyrellus, at everything that's happening down below, and the rain's kind of pouring down on you, but you don't mind the rain. You kind of enjoy it. You just hear it. And the tabaxi climbs up onto the building as his action with movement, and then for the rest of his movement, 1, 2, kind of like moves along. So probably Seeker couldn't see him, Eileen couldn't see him. I think Gris probably could see him kind of like coming over the top.
I
was he hidden?
see it
Sorry.
on the map. Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, the token was hidden when I dropped it out. Sorry. There we go. He climbs up there, and then. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Oh.
It's not the sort of noise you want to hear, really.
Okay, so as all the singing away, he has his long sword at his hip, but it's not drawn. Actually, oh, you can draw as a free action, can't you? It's okay. He draws as I forgot you could draw as a free action. He draws it as he's kind of walking over to you. There's this smile, and as he draws it, you just see a charge of kind of like lightning. Just suddenly, it wasn't like that a minute ago, and then he kind of pulls up, looks at you, and a little crackle of it runs along the blade.
Sure thing.
And that's his turn.
Oh, okay.
It took him an action to climb up.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Can I see what's the guys in front of me? They are full life, right? Like they don't seem have lost.
Can you see the health of everybody else?
I cannot see any.
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they're unhurt.
This one is bloodied, right? The one near Aileen?
To the left.
This one.
Oh, that one. Yeah, the one above Gris and the one to the left. They both have taken a hit. Yeah, they both look a bit hurt.
Okay. Let me think. Are they wearing anything metallic or wielding anything metallic?
I mean, all their weapons are metallic, so they've got swords and light hammers.
Yeah, but on their body, do they have something metallic on their body?
No, these guys have studded leather armor.
Too bad. Okay. On the one in front of me, I'm gonna cast heat metal.
Okay. The one directly below you, yeah?
Yeah, so he needs to make a charisma saving throw, I think. Let me check. No, not that.
Constitution. It's against the damage, yeah?
But okay, let me select him, so it's double click and spells. Heat metal. So that's my last second spell slot.
Okay.
And I roll it. And I
Hits
with what? No, this is not right. This is not right. I don't know why it does d20 plus 4 plus 2. I just need to make 2d8.
Oh, wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. Is that his roll? Maybe.
Because it doesn't say an attack.
What was the check against? Is it strength or constitution?
No, it's constitution, but I first need to do damage.
Yeah. No, I was just checking.
It's 2d8. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we'll end it at this round.
Okay.
11 damage.
Okay.
And then he needs to make constitution saving throw or drop the object.
Okay.
And if it doesn't drop it, it has disadvantage on attack rolls until the start of my next turn.
So, saving throw. Big dice.
Okay.
Keeps all that kind of sears into his hand. He's just kind of like, you can kind of like see the like you can just smell the searing flesh on his hand as he just kind of like still smiling, singing, looking at you.
And I have a question. Can I use my bonus action to throw a dagger, or isn't that a thing? I'm not sure.
It would still be, unless it's part of a feat. Throwing a weapon would be an attack action.
Yeah. Okay. So this is my turn then.
Okay. Well, he's going to now attack you back with disadvantage.
What a dickhead.
Yep.
I believe your man here had a longsword.
Yes.
Yeah, and even though it kind of like it as he swings at you with the long sword, he is only slightly distracted, but it's clear like he's struggling to hold it, like his fingers like innately are trying to get him to drop it, but he's kind of like overcoming it. It's more less to do with his physical resilience. He's just kind of like zoned out from it. Oh, what happened then? Did I hit the wrong button? Oh, I've gone to you. 1 second.
You've gone too far, Frodo.
Okay, so it's this guy, and he has advantage because the other guy used the help action. He has a longsword. He's going to attack with 2 hands, full bodily on you, Grease. With advantage.
Advantage? He helped.
He was helped, yes.
Get the fuck out of my face.
All you, baby. All you. Eileen. The last turn. So we call it.
Click of the game for tonight. I am, just to be sure, Tabaxi is at the same level as Turios?
Yeah, you can't see him from there. You're too close to the building. You can see Turios, who's on the edge, but the Tabaxi is kind of out of the view from you. You don't even know he's up there necessarily.
I have it under control.
If you say so. Alright, in that case, you said that the one that was restrained for once looked a bit hurt.
Yeah, the one that's approached you, he's looking in bad shape.
In bad shape.
I mean, these guys, they're kind of coming in and hitting mindless, but they are far from physical specimens.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I'm going to look at him, and as I'm going to throw the mace at him.
Throw the mace.
It's
Okay.
which is a surprise for me. And that is going to be a 6. That went better than expected.
6 damage.
And as a bonus action, these things are going so very fast at this level. I am going to cast another Shield of Faith on our Triton. Are
you guys fighting to kill with these guys here?
No.
We're not playing from conscious, are we? Are we playing from unconscious?
Well, actually, do you know what? I would have been to start, but
getting a bit hairy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll say that
Certainly,
Eileen...
I'm not restraining the void.
Yeah, that's fair. Eileen kind of like sees this guy approaching and just kind of like swings forward like an over-the-top round and kind of with an uppercut, like a big circle uppercut with the mace right into his guts with the spikes, and just like, and he just drops to the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I will say, so go on, you do your thing. What were you going to do? Doing Shield of Faith again? Okay, cool.
And that's my turn so far.
Okay, so the group surrounded by these now seemingly mindless pirates singing this endless shanty dirge that is making this storm rack above you. And one of these pirates is kind of crushed into the void by these weird flippant claws, and then another is hit in the guts and sent doubled over. And as each of them drops in relative succession, you kind of feel the storm ease a little bit as there's less people singing. And the Tabaxi, as he draws his weapon, is kind of like crackle along it. Turilos, you see, although you don't see what's happening down on the floor, you feel the storm dim slightly, and the kind of the crackle fades a little bit, fades when it kind of cracks again. And he looks down at it, looks at you and says, I guess I should make this quick then. We shall end it there for the evening.
An excellent first session. Thank you very much, DM.
Good job to all of you.
Thank you.
Do you know what? I feel like everybody stepped right into the characters really quickly and really easily. That didn't feel like a difficult RP group. It was nice.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
As well.
It kind of it could have so gone in so many different directions with some successful rolls at the beginning there. I was like, oh my god, this is just going to negate everything that was going to happen. It's like, oh no.
How do I get the campaign started now if a MacGuffin doesn't get stolen?
I mean, I had other things to do anyway. It would have been considerably more improv this session though. But yeah, it always felt like the fails came at just the right time, so that was good. And now you're all surrounded by a bunch of shanty singing mental cases.
Wow, that's really really not acceptable.
And it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
You're fine. This is
I'm excited to see what Turilos does as he gets to act before the Tabaxi. So that should be. There are options. You better make the most of them, because this could go and drop you down, boy.
Well,
yeah, that first hit on you, Gris, kind of had me worried for a second there. I'll be honest.
No, that was very good. I will end the recording there, which one day.
Thank you for watching, people who watched the video
in the past when this one day started getting streamed. But yes, I'll end the recording. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.